Morning, everybody. You follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today just asking you to watch over this meeting of our Board of Commissioners and just to thank you for this beautiful weather we're having in February. And ask that you be with all our employees and all the citizens of this county as they go about their duties throughout the week. In Jesus' name, amen.
I'll call the Linn County Commissioners meeting to order. Minutes from last week's meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, I'll make a motion to sign them as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $564,939.
I'll second that motion. Been moved and seconded to approve the claims in the amount of $564,939. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Got 4 abatements this week. It's 2023-225 through 228. The total is a negative $733.26 on the tax amount.
733.26. I'll make a motion that we approve the 4 ad and abates 2023-2025 through 2028 in the amount of a negative $733.26.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded for the ad and abates. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
See anyone from AMR here?
Yep. Dawn's here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yes, AMR. Dawn? Good morning.
Thank you.
Okay, I printed off the ambulance transports for the month of February, or month to date. It looks like there were 6 calls in Blue Mound, 6 in Centerville, 37 in Lacine, 7 in Linn Valley, 17 in Mound City, 9 in Parker, 25 in Pleasanton, 3 in Prescott, for a total of 110 calls. And out of the 110, 57 were transported. I've also added the response times below, and looks like there were 5 helicopter flights, life flights out of Linn County. Anything else?
I don't have anything. Thank you, Dawn. Randy, fire?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. Sent out the weekly run totals. We had 26 incidents this week. Brings our total up to 87. We had a very busy weekend. I appreciate all the fire crews, and we actually had crews from outside other counties assist us, especially yesterday. We were busy all day. I'd like permission to order and pay for our special equipment. 1,150 feet of fire hose. Without shipping, the total is $34.48. That's based on the 3 quotes that I received and availability of the hose. One hose manufacturer was 24 months out. They were $100 cheaper, but this company could get it to us quicker than that. So I'd like to pay for that out, special equipment.
3,448.
Yes, and that's without shipping on it. I don't know if you want to do 3,550 or 3,600, up to 3,600 or 3,600 to cover shipping when it comes in.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, I'm good with it. Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve Randy to go out and purchase 1,150 feet of fire hose and spend up to $3,600 with shipping to do it.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded on the fire hose for up to 3,600. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
I wanted to talk about the Everbridge notification system. That system in the past has been pushed out as a severe weather notification system. The system is actually paid for by Homeland Security. We have not been using it to what its full capability of it. That's something that emergency management and Rural Fire has access to, and we can send out notifications on anything. That notification system, other counties use it. There's 13 counties that have it. Like I said, it does not cost Linn County anything. Other counties and cities use it for, they find a dog running loose, they will send out a notification to that city limits. This system's very customizable, so you can sign up for what you want notifications on. If you want just severe weather notifications, you can sign up that way. If anybody has any questions on it or would like to sign up for it, please let us know. We can help you sign up through it. It's also linked to the county website, but just let our office know. We'll help you sign up. Hopefully by midsummer, we're going through training on that system. We'll have a little better knowledge, and we're going to send it out to let the cities do notifications as well, like boil orders or water line breaks or anything like that. But it's a very diverse system that does not cost us anything to send out notifications on. Last thing I have is today we're going to be under a burn advisory. We do have some agricultural burns that will be taking place. I spoke to a couple of farmers this morning. They're going to be controlled burns, can't get away from them. But tomorrow we will be probably under a burn ban due to the winds that are coming in based on the National Weather Service forecast. So other than a 5-minute executive session for personnel matters, that's all I have.
Okay. Does anybody have anything for Randy?
No,
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Sheriff's report.
I got it here. Sheriff's report for the week of February 26th. Total prisoners of 61, 10 releases this past week, 60 prisoners in, 1 farmed out due to a conflict, 37 farmed in, total 911 calls of 105, jail contacts of 3,891, total calls for service of 617, civil service papers served of 9, VIN inspections 5, new cases open 21, cases closed 2 vehicle crashes, 83 calls for services for the SROs, bailiff contacts of 170 with 43 calls for service, only 1 livestock out. Chris, IT?
Good morning, Chris Martin, Lee County IT Director. Coming back with, I guess, some answers on the Evergy bill that you'd asked for. Finally got them kind of nailed down a little bit. And so as far as the details of the bill, I still don't know what every line means. The value is because it's a minimum usage on the level of service we have set up. So the fact that we're paying 400 and something a month is because we're on a medium usage tier plan. We're just not using it, right? So the question though about disconnect is, doesn't cost anything to disconnect. To reconnect, I asked them multiple times to make sure, because the first person contradicted this, but they assured me that worst case, they think it would cost us $25 to reconnect,
And we're paying how much a month?
400. So if you decide you want to disconnect that service over there, remember there's a line that's running over to the old courthouse that currently is running the IT equipment that's in the courthouse basement, along with the boiler and a few other things, small items. We would need to have an electrician move the feed that feeds that particular panel over to a courthouse panel. So, it's not something I could call them and say, disconnect that today, because we would shut all that off. But if that's something you want to do, I can reach out and have that.
Can we change plans so that we're not on such a high use plan?
If we do, you're locked in for a year.
Okay.
So, if you felt like you wanted to keep the building and you're looking at a 2 or 3 month, out to making that decision, it may be better to consider the disconnect reconnect in general. The only thing for a reconnect, they said it's going to take us 48 hours to reconnect because they do have to change the meter. I know that doesn't matter to you, but that's where we're at.
Okay.
And of course, we would need to shut down the generator. I'm not saying we have to rewire anything at the moment, but when they pull the meter, the generator is going to want to start. So we'll have to go and disable it. Not a big deal, but it'll just sit there until you decide what you want to do and how we want to move forward.
Okay.
I'm for unhooking it if we're not gonna use it.
Okay.
Me too.
Do we need a motion to?
Do we need to go out do you need to get a hold of electrician, take bids on getting that transferred?
I can if you want. I mean, we're not talking a ton of money. We've used Matt Kelly before. I know Jeff Scott is working across the road at the old courthouse doing work, so he may be. Well, I could ask him to give us a price real quick. Really, we're just talking about the feed line that goes into a panel that's in the basement and running it over to another panel that's in the basement. So, the amount of labor and work wouldn't be significant for that.
Okay.
I mean, so do you think it's something we could get done this week, or do you?
I think it'd be more reasonable in a couple weeks. These guys, they're busy. Usually when I call, it's let me come take a look at it real quick, and then they can give us an idea. The other thing is, of course, it's running all of the network equipment in the old courthouse. So when they do it, we're going to have to shut all that off. We may want to have them do that after hours.
I guess where I'm, I don't want you having to come back to us and just, get permission. Should we just give him the authority to okay that? I mean, if we're not talking 10 grand or nothing.
Oh, not at all. No. I couldn't give you an estimate, but I would say, I don't even want to throw a number out for the fear of somebody going, hey, we can go that high.
Right.
But I honestly, I know what I think you're thinking and what would be reasonable.
Okay. Very minimal is what you're saying.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'd be okay with Chris just kind of handling that and getting it taken care of if you would,
Okay.
if you guys are okay with it.
I am too.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Do we need a motion to disconnect?
It's not gonna hurt anything, but
I'll make a motion, we disconnect the power to the old jail.
And give Chris the authority to
Take care of getting the wiring changed.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you aware of anything that I should be discussing, like heating and cooling wise, hot water tanks? Do we need to, I think the water's off, so I'm thinking they're drained. Do we need to go through and do anything that, while I'm
I
at
think
this?
double check.
It's winterized, isn't it, Sean? The building's winterized, isn't it? I mean, the water's all out of it.
It's my understanding.
Okay.
Thought we had the water leak that one time, they went in and drained it.
thought so.
I know the water meter's turned off.
While Chris is working on that, I'll make sure we're in a condition that it won't hurt anything.
Okay. I'll second Jim's motion. It's been moved and seconded to disconnect the power to the old jail and have Chris arrange for rewiring of the stuff feeding into the courthouse. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
And not a big thing, same light there. We'll have to change a couple locks. Again, we could do that ourselves, because all the locks over there are electronic. They take a card. We shut the power off. They won't, of course, work. So,
Okay.
I'll take care of that as well. The other thing I had was we have completed what they call the super admin training on the notification system that we purchased. Their go live is this Thursday, meaning that we could potentially start having users sign up. But we need to have our workshop you wanted to have and kind of flesh that out. So, this week it's ready to go, but without a policy or guidance in place, I don't know that we're ready to actually send notifications yet.
So is that something we want to schedule for next week?
I think-
Meeting?
Yeah.
Can we schedule that for next week's meeting so we can
Can.
sit down and go over the policies and how it's going to work and everything
And
that
who
way?
would you like in attendance? So when we sent out the original message, we had, Public Works, Economic Development, Planning and Zoning, the Health Department, and Register of Deeds all participated in that initial, along with Nick with IT.
So can we get the people that are going to be the super admins?
That would, yes. I mean, at the moment, so the way it works right now is a super admin is today is myself and Nick, just because they have
Okay.
everything. And then you'll have to determine who you want that to be. Now, a super admin can do everything. And then you can set up admins that are
Okay.
like per county
So like,
office.
so like our admins should probably be involved in that conversation, should
I
they
would
not?
say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have someone from each office already appointed or did?
No.
Nobody?
Okay.
Like I say, the initial message went out and that was the responses that we received. So no, I don't have anything beyond that. But I didn't know if you want me to just send an email and see who shows up or how you want to
We need
structure
one
that.
from each organization, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're talking about doing something during commission meeting next week?
Yeah. Or toward the end of it.
Okay, we have a KDOT Aviation and Airport Committee scheduled at 11:30 to noon. So I don't know how long you're thinking this would take.
Again, I mean, honestly, it's a policy discussion. So from my side of it, that the IT is in place. It's how you guys want to structure who's going to send those kind of discussions. I don't really have any direct input on my thoughts.
Another half hour on it.
So you want to go after that and do it last, start at noon, or?
Sure. That all right with you guys?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all I have.
While Chris is still here, let me just address one other thing. You asked me to draft a policy on remote attendance by members. I did draft such a policy, sent it to Chris. He sent me some feedback. I have some changes to make based on that feedback, but there's one thing that I think Chris and I are understanding differently about your intentions. At least I got that from his response, and that is this. I thought you intended that members of these committees could participate by phone, but they could only vote if they were on Zoom. And from Chris's notes, I think he understood you to say they could only participate if they were on Zoom.
I thought the only thing that they were participating by phone, if we were doing the Zoom, was via the.
Well, that's correct. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, let's say if,
I know, but I'm saying that's the only time that we had them. If we're going to be running Zoom, I don't want to have Zoom and phone
okay,
going on. Is that?
That's what I thought we agreed upon, and we'd allow them to have the phone in executive session.
and only on county equipment.
Correct.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, a member cannot call in and participate in discussion in the meeting by phone. They've got to Zoom if they want to.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Right. If we're already running the Zoom platform, I don't think we need to have multiple platforms up and trying to manage different things and have people talking across different platforms to each other and things that way. I think if we're going to do Zoom, we need to do Zoom. So, The only other thing I had for you, Chris, is can you talk about the public forum next Monday and our ability to live stream it and what the issues are in regards to live streaming that at the Prairie View High School?
I guess I would need to reach out to Prairie View and see what their options are to allow us to do that. Because I don't know what,
Nobody's reached out to them yet.
no.
I thought we talked about Darren and last week we was going to. Darren didn't reach out.
I got a text from one of the planning and zoning members.
I guess let me be clear. I didn't reach out to them.
Okay, well, I'll just.
So I can't speak for somebody else.
Just ask him to see.
I mean, what would be the issue with it? I mean,
Well, there's a couple of things. Number one, the camera, maybe, and again, they may have this equipment. I haven't received anything that asked me to look for that. So, you also would want appropriate audio like we do here. When you do open air audio, especially in a very large venue, it's not good. You just hear a lot of coughing and sneezing and various things. So we would want to be able to pipe audio into the live stream. Then we've worked, like, I'll just give you my background with the schools, especially in Prairie View, their networks are highly restrictive. So, like with our SROs and such, we have to work with them. It takes a long time to get things set up to work with them in that regard. Now, I don't know if Prairie View does live streaming now for other stuff that we could somehow sort of piggyback onto. But I also think we would definitely want, if it gets live streamed, onto our live stream, onto our YouTube.
during COVID, didn't we have some kind of mobile equipment or something?
So yes, but that stuff got installed. It was like the camera up here,
Oh.
So after COVID and everything shut down, we put that camera into courtroom B over there. So they're live streaming on the courtrooms. So A and B are live streamed.
How many mics are we gonna have up there for people to talk with, Darren? Is there gonna be?
I asked for 4 mics, I asked for 1 at a podium, and then 3 on the tables for the planning and zoning people.
And then the one for the citizens, or that's the podium one, or,
Yes.
okay.
Have you talked to anybody about Prairie View about getting it done or letting us use their equipment if they have it, or?
I have not talked to them about it. I talked to Chris last week about our ability to do it. I'll reach out to them today, see what kind of equipment they got.
Would you help
Of course, if that's what you
try
want.
to facilitate? Okay.
Is there any way, and I know nothing about what I'm asking, but like a computer with the one computer sitting there, can we set that on the desk for everybody that's asking the questions and just use the one and live stream that way?
Yes, so you can get that basic. You absolutely can.
And then everybody that's, all of our planning and zoning board has computers. So is there any way of tying that all together if they don't have equipment? Is there any way of tying that together to where we could listen to each one of them talk, plus have the one mic for the crowd?
Could you set it up as a Zoom conference?
That's basically what we would have to do. So there is a feature in Zoom that you can send a Zoom meeting to, like, YouTube for a live stream. And so that using that scenario, we would have to make sure that their Wi-Fi didn't isolate our devices, right? But yeah, technically that could be possible to have a Zoom meeting set up, put a camera or something by the podium of whoever's speaking. There are options here. Let me reach out to them and see what we can do. Because again, they may already have everything in place. I don't know, kind of like we do, it's already here.
Okay.
Personally, I think we should have it towards
I
on
think
live
it's-
stream. Do you guys?
I think it's a must, yeah.
I do too, because there's people that'll want to hear it and be able to go back and look at it, just like our meetings. I mean, there's things that happen in the meetings that people want to go back and they can. I think it's a must that we do it.
I agree.
Okay. We got a week to work it out.
I'll reach out and talk to, I know their IT director pretty good, so,
Okay.
okay,
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
thank you.
I have a couple of possibilities for a resolution here on the ROS program, the Rural Opportunity Zone. We got a notice recently that we'd not done a resolution this year, and we have to do that every year. So Jessica was going to bring these in today, and she had to leave, but We have two options. One of them would be allocating $1,500 a year for matching payments. And the other one is that we would not allocate anything, and this could always be changed the next year. We had done the 1,500 the last year or two, but that was because we had an employee that was participating in the program. That employee is no longer here. So it's whichever way you guys would like to go on that, but we need to pass this resolution and get it in to even have the program available for people in the county.
Can we wait until she gets back or no? To explain everything and,
Let me look and see if I can find the email on that. 'Cause I know they wanted it already.
That's 1,500 a year for 5 years, is that?
I think, so there's a 15,000 in here over a term of 5 years. That's the maximum that could be repaid. But the county contribution is just 1,500 a year.
So,
And it would be just for this year that we're just putting that part in.
And like, I believe it's set up where we can come in and like the contribution part can be matched by we're just saying that the county's not matching
Right.
the contribution, that an
If we went with
employer can
zero.
come in and match if they wanted to use this as a,
Yeah, and that's the point of still having the program in place, is other employers could use it.
so if we say it's with zero, we could still come in as the employer and match for our employee,
I
but
don't
we're
think
not
it's
going to
going
match
to
for
hurt
anybody
anything.
else's employee.
It's not going to hurt anything if we do the zero.
Okay.
But I do see that this should have been submitted in January, so it's behind and thinking we probably need to get it out.
I think we should just go ahead with the zero since we don't have an employee using it. Are you okay with that, Danny?
yeah, I'm good with it.
So for that, we would just need a motion to adopt resolution 2024-06 with a zero contribution, which is what's on this copy.
Okay. I'll make that motion to adopt resolution 2024-06 with a zero contribution.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
I think that's all I've got for now anyway.
Okay. Sean, are you ready to go?
Morning, Sean West, Public Works Administrator. First thing I have for you is a CDL training agreement. That agreement is something we sign with the employees that go through the CDL training program, in an agreement that if they leave our employment before the end of the term, that they will reimburse the cost of the training. The only thing you'll see different about this and other agreements agree to do the training within a 2-month period. This agreement, we're asking to do for a 3-month period because this is the first trainee that will go through a completely new training and testing program with a new manual. Although the employee advised me this morning that they are ready to do the written portion ahead of schedule, and I don't believe we'll have to take that 3-month period. I would like it, not for the employee, but for the staff, to make sure that we have everything we need to get the employee through it.
Any other questions on the CDL training agreement? I'll make a motion that we approve the CDL training agreement for Anthony Nation.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the CDL training agreement for Anthony Nation. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries.
How many people have we put through this program now since we've had it?
Right off the top of my head, I believe it'd be right at a half a dozen. Okay, last week, I brought to you an overhead door quote for the south shop. This is the large bay door on the south end of that shop. Danny had given me a second company to contact. I think I advised you that the number that you gave me, although it was not a good working number, was able to find the company and speak directly to one of their employees who did come over and give us a bid. The original bid was for $67.28, and that replaced two sections of the doorway and put stiffening angle iron in. The bid that I received from the second company does not replace both sections of the doors. It replaces a center median piece in the door on the second section. And it also frames up, stiffens, and replaces rollers. And that bid came in at $16.39.
Was the other pieces that they was wanting to replace, it wasn't bad, or is that what this guy's saying?
They were replacing the whole door instead of the parts that were damaged. Is my understanding, is they, instead of the center section where the opener would attach, they were going to replace the whole door instead of the sections that were needed to be replaced. So this is in my within my cost approval authority. So if you have any other questions about it, if not, I'm going to go ahead and schedule that second company to come in and repair that door.
Danny, you earned your keep this week.
Now,
First time, eh?
the second set of numbers we got for the ADA compliant doorways, no contact, no back. I've made several calls, but I do have, since looking for that, I do have some other numbers that employees and other people have reached out to me and given to me. So I'd like another week to work on that one to try to go over it again.
Okay.
And we had talked, Sean, none of the parts off the jail doors will work on anything that you're talking about, right? I mean, we could use.
Different type of door mechanism or systems. That's correct. Last week, we had a meeting with Gabe Peppercorn on the HRR roadways or high-risk rural roads. This is the 1095 grant project from 1650 to 152 highway. A very positive meeting. They're setting the outlines for what they're turning in on the grants for the letting process. Our understanding was we were gearing up to get this done and pave 1095 in that section this year so that we could do this high-risk rural roads grants and be prepared for it. They would like to bid this all out next year and do it at one time because the companies that we would use to do this as a packaged bundle with their improvements to those roadways that we're going to ask for on the grants, we may get better bids and more interest if we put it all together. So they would like us to hold off on the resurfacing, go ahead with our other projects and bundle this package all together for next year.
So we would be going back to doing the other half of Wall Street?
That's my understanding.
Just changed our program anyway to fit this one, right?
Right.
And to fit this, we was gonna do the other half of Wall Street.
That's correct. That's correct. So they would like to bundle this all together so that we get a better price and more competitive bidding on it, which makes complete sense. We also talked about some improvements and things that they're going to put into it. And this is not the end of a project. This is the first stage of a project. We don't have to go further on, but I want to make it clear that this is the first stage of improvements to a total overhaul. The things that we're putting into it can be added to later. The shoulder wedging, everything that they've coupled into this could be later improved by buying right-of-ways and putting improved shoulders and other things on. We don't have to do it, but they've planned ahead so that if we wanted to continue improvements, it's there.
We use our contractor on it if we decide after this, the bid comes in the next year with all this bundled together. We don't like the bid, we can still go out and bid our 6 miles of that road without taking them into the.
That would be a question as to how it's put together, but if we opt out,
I want to make sure that
we can pull that part of it out if we don't like that bid.
we don't like, if it comes in a lot higher than what we can do it for, why do we want to use them when we bundle it together is what I'm saying. 'Cause
I'll make sure that the language or wording allows us to pull that section from it.
Okay.
So have we got anywhere on that asphalt while we're talking about it?
I'm sorry?
The asphalt program, have we got anywhere? Have we made any leadway on that?
We've got the numbers and we're putting it into spreadsheets, trying to get,
You're talking about the chip and seal that was.
Yeah.
the chip and seal. We've got the numbers and we're trying to get those in comparison. We are working on it to bring it to you, but we don't have that ready for you yet.
Okay.
Okay, the next thing I had was HVAC service or repair bids. We had 2 bids come in based, the bids themselves were fairly close, and the work proposed was also identical. So based solely on price, we're recommending if you do take a contract for the service of those equipment, it would be with Weber Heating and Cooling for $240 per unit, as opposed to $251.57 per unit. And my question would be if we made this agreement, where we would pull that funding from, because that service agreement funding wasn't something that I budgeted for in maintenance of the building.
So this is the same as what the jail we have going on over at the jail that Kevin had set up with Myrick, right?
That is my understanding. It's a service agreement for the HVAC units to do cleaning, filters, and service periodically.
Which is, I know I've been talking about it for at least 2 years, I think. So I know I'm glad that we got going on it. So we had a lot of issues over at the old elderly building where we just wait till the thing broke down and fix it, when it broke down. So this program is really important, I believe. But he covers all the basics too. I mean, just checks everything once a year. Is that?
The service is part of the agreement, and then there's a savings of 10% also for any parts or repair.
You have a
found
cost of
on
what it'd be if he does it, the yearly cost is what I'm saying. If he comes and services it once a year, we ought to know that cost than anything over and above, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, how many units we have? I know it's a per unit cost, right? Is that what it's saying?
Yes.
How many units do we have?
The total cost is $6,240 according to this.
Okay.
Did you reach out to people on this, or did it go in the newspaper about doing it, or how did you?
We published it and then reached out to people that told us they had an interest in it and sent it to them.
So $6,240 per year
Plus whatever parts and.
at $75 an hour service rate, which is a $25 per hour savings and a 10% discount on parts.
We could cover that this year out of special building if we need to, and then it's something we'd want to budget for the following year if we stay in that type of program.
So right off the bat, is he going to go around and just assess everything we have and tell us what's good and bad? I mean, is that how he's going to start this?
I would have to meet with them in order to answer those questions.
That's something we could ask him, I guess, isn't it? To go ask him how he's going to start a program and and then we could even look back and see what the last few years of cost has been for us each year, you know, as far as,
Like just an all-around assessment of everything we got and the lifespan of it. And
I'm also counting on the bid specs, 16 units.
pardon me?
16.
This spreadsheet says 26 units.
Well, the one that I had, let me look to see if there's other pages.
Yeah, 6240 divided by 26 is $240 per unit, which is what he has listed there.
Okay, then I've got one appendix and not the other in front of me. I don't have the second appendix to it. So this sheet that I've got, or spreadsheet I've got, doesn't have all those listed.
so how did you, I mean, the job description, would you give them just maps of all the county buildings and say, this is how many units we have at each one? Or how did he go around and do that?
We sent out a list of all of the units by serial make and model number for all of the buildings, and then asked for service agreements or what those agreements would entail, and a bid for those.
What is involved in the service agreement? Is it changing filters, or what is, when it comes for the service agreement, is there anything involved with showing up for that $200 and some or?
My understanding is going to be the cleaning and servicing of the unit, the coolant levels, the cleaning, the filters. It is the complete service of the unit.
I'd like to see,
But now parts, again, there's a separate listing for parts for that.
I mean, I'm sure some of these buildings have units on them that are older than I am. I mean, is he going to give us a life expectancy so we can budget for it? I mean, that's kind of why, when I started talking about it, I thought that was pretty important that we get a professional opinion on, we got 2 more years on this and we figure that into budgets.
I don't know that he can give us that, but if he knows that a unit is causing us trouble and we should budget the following year for it.
Right.
I mean, he's going to have a one-on-one or face-to-face knowledge of being able to tell us that unit, its life expectancy is coming to an end. It should give us a lot more forewarning than we have now on the service life of those units.
Other questions on the HVAC bids?
Can we come back to it?
Can we come back to it?
Yeah. You said 26 units
That's what the spreadsheet that he sent us says.
or buildings? I thought there was like 210 units.
Spreadsheet says 26. 26 units, $240 per unit, $6,240.
Was there special buildings that you asked for to only be done or what?
You're talking about the buildings that are under our care for maintenance,
Which would be like, so
AMR buildings, senior centers, shop buildings.
so like in Blue Mountain, we have 3 buildings that probably have units on it in Blue Mountain alone, right? Like fire department?
You probably have a copy. You have a list of the units.
That's what I have. Pam made that for me here a long time ago. And
26 buildings listed?
let me see. There's
No list on my thing. It just says there's 26 units. That's what they base their bid on.
Yeah, this is something that I kind of went on and sent to a contractor that I thought would be interested, but I don't think he even put a bid in, so.
Well, I think you'll find some of them, like some of the fire stations and stuff, are not gonna have AC units in them anyway.
No office or anything in there?
Well, it may just have like a window type unit for an office or something, but I don't, Randy might know more about that than me on some of them, but
So like the blue man, we just have two, natural gas heaters over our base, but there's no AC unit or heating unit in my office or there. Most of our stations are, they're just the two heaters in our.
We can come back to it, Sean, go ahead.
Okay.
I just got an emailed list of the locations and serial numbers of the units from Jessica. I can put this on the deal where you guys can get to it or email it to you or both.
Yeah, whichever you want. Because I mean, how many is there on top of the jail? 6, 5? The old jail over here?
I can't tell you how many is on top of there, but I know it's not listed on there.
I have, let's see, 1, 2. So I have like Tower on Kansas Highway 7 has something. I don't know if these are all units, but I just want to be sure we're covered.
All right, well, I just
emailed it to you.
emailed it and I'm also putting it on the SharePoint right now.
Next thing I had for you was the 3 to 5 year equipment plan for the departments outside of road and bridge. We're just asking to go out and look at that equipment and bring back bids to you on that equipment so the department heads can tell you why and give you the details about that equipment along with the pricing for it.
I'm still okay with going out and getting our bids.
I still have a question on the low boys, I guess myself, why we need two of them in the county. Whenever, I mean, it isn't like it's something that we use every day. And I think we can get by with one low boy and one tractor myself.
I agree with it. I
don't think we
One
need
county
two of
barn
them
would be
running around the county when we're talking 5 or 6 pieces of equipment that we actually haul on it.
Okay.
I don't have anything wrong with getting a decent one, but I don't think we need two of them sitting around.
So typically, what are we hauling on? The medium-sized excavator? Is that what we haul on the most?
That was my understanding, but the 3 to 5 year equipment plan that I'm asking for is everything but road and bridge. Because my understanding was you wanted me to hold off on the road and bridge with the exception of the road tractor and the rock savers until we came to some understanding or agreement.
So right now, you're just asking,
The shops other than the road and bridge that we've given you a 3 to 5 year plan, we're just asking to go out and get prices on that and then bring the prices and the supervisors back so they can explain the equipment purchase that they want to make.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
I mean, as long as they're aware that like it's not.
It's not a guarantee.
A few weeks ago, I got a phone call about how we ignored, or they felt that the county barns kind of felt that we just didn't pay attention to them about their list, and that wasn't the case at all. Just as long as they're aware that this is going to kind of pertain to budget season, right? I mean, we're just kind of getting ahead of the step, right?
Well,
By presenting this to us right now, because it's
Well,
more
it's
of
in
a,
last year's budget.
right. But I mean, because I felt like they thought that we didn't give a shit about their equipment plan and we kind of just threw everything to the side, right? Did you?
well, and some of them put quite a bit of work into getting us some numbers and projections to make the 3 to 5 year plan that you're asking of us, but this is not coming from a budgeted item as opposed to a special equipment fund that we're trying to manage separately of our road budget. So when I come back for that list, I would expect to do the same thing. I would ask to go out to bid and then bring those supervisors and those bids into the room to explain those needs or purchases, because quite frankly, I don't use this equipment every day. I can't tell you how often it's used. This is something the shop foremans, I can bring you the numbers, but the shop foremans are going to have to give you the justification for that equipment. So I'll go out and get the 3 to 5 year for the other departments other than road and bridge. The next thing I had for you was the January cost summary by task and dust control. And I asked Joyce to come in and speak to you about those items.
I don't know if you've looked at your cost summary task for January. If you have any questions on that, let me know.
I don't see it.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't think it, oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. I got it. January cost. Okay, sorry.
You're fine.
Was there something specific that you wanted to talk about?
And not on that, I just didn't know if you had any questions, but I did get the pricing quote for dust control for this year from Scott Wood Industries, so I wanted to go over that with you guys. Their quote this year, and this is if we order over 43 gallons, it's a reduced cost, and we always order over that. That's about 1 tanker, and we usually go through about 2.5 tankers. So this year, their price quote is $1.44 a gallon. That's gone up from $1.37 a gallon last year. So I talked to Sean Friday, and what we were charging, there's a whole formula for figuring out how many feet, based on how many gallons in a 24-foot road. Last year, we charged $2.04 per foot to county residents, and we were looking to raise that to $2.10 this year, which is a 6-cent price increase. And that's pretty much just covering the cost of the product. We don't charge them for prepping the roads and things like that. We're just charging for the product.
Is there the one company again this year that delivered it? Last year we got into it, and didn't we end up having to give some people their money back?
No, we did not. There was a delay. So there's been some issues with the company. They have a new guy now, Greg Stiles, and he's been working really closely with me. And last year they went out and revamped all of their trucks before they started. Well, then they had issues with delays in getting parts and repairs. So their trucks weren't ready in time to get us on the list when we were supposed to be. So that's why it got put down later last year. He said everything's up and running. He just came by last week and talked to me. I'm trying to figure out today if I can get this approved for the $2.10 per foot. I want to get all of my letters out to the people on our mailing list this week by the end of the week and get the ads in the paper. I would anticipate if we can get it paid by April the 5th, then that following week, get my list to Greg. They'll figure out how much we need and they'll get us on their list. The sooner I get on the list for them to deliver, the sooner we can get it put down. So.
And like on the prepping for the roads and stuff that way, we're not going over those roads for the rest of the year.
Right.
After we get done with that. So we're not continuing to maintain those past that point.
Greg dropped off flags and stuff for us last week. So if anybody needs flags, we'll have them here and they can mark where they want it put down on their roads. We try to allow 3 weeks for the road crews to get out and prep the roads. They'll put down gravel, blade them and get them all ready. And then once the product's put down, they have a list of addresses for each shop and they try not to blade the roads for those areas unless they absolutely need to.
Okay. Any other questions on the price at $2.10 per foot?
No, I'm planning on running that in the paper March the 6th and the 20th, so the ad will be in there along with the application for anyone who wants to clip it out that way. They'll just need to pay in advance for the product. They can drop it off, they can mail it in, however they want to do it. I'll run it in both newspapers, and then I'll also update the website.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
I'm all right with it.
I am too. Do we need a motion to take care of that, David?
We had one last year. It was in the paper or in the minutes, so that's probably a good idea.
I'll make a motion that we proceed with the dust control at a cost of $1.44 per gallon and $2.10 per foot passed on to the residents that decide to do it.
And that's a minimum 200 feet requirement. And we do charge a $25 application fee as well.
Okay?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded on the dust control. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce.
Sean, on this material or cost by summary, I see, all this rock. Has anybody talked to any of the quarries yet about trying to get a better price per ton?
We've had discussions in the past that have gone to a stalemate on that.
Nobody just went out there and talked to him? Do I just need to drive out there and ask him about it or what? I mean, we're their biggest client and we have to pay the same as everybody else. I don't think that's out of the ordinary for us to ask for a better deal. Do you guys?
Fine with trying to negotiate. My guess is we'll have to do it as a bid process.
Then the whole deal with the bid too, if you start having to haul from one quarry, you'll eat what your bid is difference in the bid. As far as having to go haul from one place versus 2 or 3 in the county. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Danny, but I think they kind of got us over a barrel, is what I think. They could give us a really good bid, but by the time we go and haul it to the rest of the county from one quarry.
Well, I mean, I don't think we necessarily, if we get a better deal here in Mountain City, we come from Lacine down here to do it, but I just feel like that.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it'll work for us with the benefit of what the freight will be to truck it.
Well, and so, you're saying that we would get a bid for the whole county? Things that
He
way.
sent what I
I'm
thought,
just saying whichever quarry, we go to, we try to negotiate.
to get a better bid.
So we send it out to them and say, hey, last year we spent this much in rock with your quarry, or this many tons of rock. What kind of price can you give us?
I'm good with trying anything.
Is that what you're thinking,
Yeah,
Danny?
yeah, I mean, if they do, great.
I'm not, because I understand what you're saying too, Jim, of
If you go to one quarry, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot, is what you're gonna do.
we're gonna spend it on transport, not
We're
on
gonna
rock.
spend it all on freight and
Right.
of what we saved.
And I agree with that
Yeah.
too. I think you're right.
If you think if we can get a better,
I mean, I don't know if we can or not, but I mean, it would just.
don't hurt to try.
Can we
If you'd-
look at doing that?
If you'd like, I'll reach out to them this week.
Try to get a bid based off of our normal tons or an average tons.
I can reach out to them this week, but I do recall us asking them here and,
One of them was in favor. I was making some funny comments,
but I will reach out this week and report back to you about that next week. I'm also going to report to you next week on the projections or cost you asked me to get for Centerville around the feedlots. I'll bring that to you next week and give you my initial projections. Tractor hours, sent those out to you and to Heritage Tractor this week. I haven't had a response back, but of course it took us some time to pile that together. You will notice that some of those machines have a yearly average that is quite a bit lower than others, and those are machines where there's no assigned operator or a seasonal operator, so those machines are relying on truck drivers and everybody else to jump in them when they can.
Okay.
We have Lake Region coming in at 11. Randy, they had a busy week this week, but he did stop and help us do some controlled burning at the park that we greatly appreciated in areas that haven't been able to be managed like that in probably about 10 years. So we do appreciate the assistance. The lagoon, I've had contact with our contractor and the property owner were the materials to be spread. We expect contact this week, if not starting, beginning again this week on that project. That'll be up to the contractor and the project he's currently on. But we are in discussions about gearing that back up and in the very near future. I believe Johnny sent an update, which I forwarded on to you if you have any questions about it. It was just a direct update. He and Carl should be at conference this week. I reached out to Randy about the old district court and the park shelter roof. He had physical therapy today and told me he was unable to be here, although he's got 2 crews working in the old district court this week. The senior center at Pleasanton, we had stars over working on the bathroom. I'm being told that the mud and tape in the bathroom should allow us possibly to paint this week. After the painting goes in, then we move on to floor leveling and putting the floor in. So I will try to keep you updated as best I can on that project as well. And until Lake Region, I think that's all I had for you.
Okay.
I have, back to your HVAC.
Correct.
Did you guys, I don't think on this list it has did you guys not have any air conditioners or anything at the Lacine Park? Marina or anything?
Everything that we would have down there
Window unit?
would be window units.
Yeah.
There are no HVAC units down there. Now, there is a gas heater at the shop, but there is only HVAC or window units in the cabins and the marina.
Sorry, and what were you saying about the shelter house at the park? You didn't get anywhere on it?
The shelter house roof,
Yeah.
we were going to have Randy come in and speak on that because I believe the question was whether or not the repairs were suitable on that. So I'm holding off until he can be here to answer those questions because I cannot. But he had physical therapy today.
We rent those shelter houses out, right?
That's correct.
Is there any way we can get what we've made off of them or what they generate, the income?
A total for each one of them for the year.
I mean, I don't know how you would do it, but yeah, I mean, if you could.
I can try to pull that apart and see what we did on rentals. It may not be that I can pull the two apart. I can give you a total on either each one individually or both of them together. I can't answer as to how it's tallied, but I can reach out and try to get that for you.
And then one last thing, up there, the online reservations for the park, have we got anywhere on that?
For the online reservations,
I know, what was the conclusion? We're going to look into it and see, or?
we looked into it and the system with Ventec that we're using, they would have to redesign on the back end, the system to accommodate it. So the system we're currently under, if we do want to remove the kiosk, we can go to a strictly online system and do that, but we would have to remove the kiosk. And if you'd like me to reach out and get bids for what that would take, I can, but one system would do away with the other system.
Yeah, I thought we already did that. Yeah, I would like to do that. What do you guys think?
I'm good with looking into it. If you want to look into it, let's.
Fine with me. Can we get bids on what that's gonna take?
I will reach out and start that process. That process might take a little bit because I'm going to have to get with Chris to find out the types of systems that we should look at.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to educate myself on that a little bit.
Are you wanting more time on the units and servicing those, or are you?
And I don't see the Pleasanton new senior center on there either.
I can look at those, and when I come back with Shay, I can give you more detail at those, but I'm going to have to look at the spreadsheet that I don't have in this packet in front of me. So I'll go back while you're dealing with other matters, pull that apart, and be ready to answer to exactly all those units. And if it was a building that we didn't have online, I wouldn't be surprised that it's not on there.
Okay.
And the last thing I want to talk about is the Pleasanton barn again. Jason, you said you needed more detail on it. What do you need? What do we?
I would like to know what cost we're gonna incur by reopening that shop. I think that in order for me to be able to, I'm not just going to second a motion to reopen the shop, Danny. I need to know what the shop's gonna look like, what you're looking to put in there, and what the cost is gonna be associated with it. As far as employees, are we adding employees, Danny? Are we?
I don't know. But I'm tired of being the redhead stepchild down here in my district. It's getting really old, really fast. And you guys say you guys are about what the people want. I can guarantee you, I was going to bring my folder, but I didn't. The very first day I was a commissioner, I went into that barn and asked everybody what they would change. And they said, open that barn back up. And everybody in my district wants the barn opened back up. So I don't know how we would get cost. I don't know if I need to bring everybody in here and fill this room and let them tell you guys that's what they want. But I'm tired of getting the short end of the stick down here in my district. It's getting old, so I want to get something done on it. And there's no rhyme or reason that I know of on record of why it was shut down. So somebody made a second motion to shut something down they had no idea about. So unless you guys got something else you want to add to it.
What do you think we'll gain from it, Danny? I guess is my question is are you not getting your roads graded and the things that you want? I guess tell me what you think we'll gain by opening the shop.
Equal. I mean, I don't feel like I get the same that you guys get over here. I don't know.
But I mean, it's a north and a south shop. It's not my shop.
So you're saying.
It is your shop and Jim's shop. That's exactly how it is.
Well, I don't see it. What I'm saying is we have supervisors at each place. And your district is split now. It was 3. I understand what you're saying, but we've hired 2 supervisors and gave them the area, right? Would you agree with what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is they're not taking care of your area.
And that's what
And your people's telling me that. I agree with that, but so.
My grader, he told me one time, I said, he's like, well, I try to get rock over here whenever we're not putting in the north or south district. I'm like, what? Answer me this, Sean, how many graders do we have over in my area right now that's active?
Those greater districts have been altered or changed. So I know that there's 2 graders working out of that shop currently. One we're training a new employee on, and the other employee will come over to that shop when they finish with the CDL program.
And then in the north, you have how many that are active?
I cannot answer that. I would have to look at those shop numbers. I can't quote you what equipment's where.
But what I'm saying is, Danny, is what the way we broke out, it isn't 3 districts anymore, it's 2.
Right.
And what you're telling me is your old area isn't getting the representation it needs. So we have two supervisors, to me, that there's a problem somewhere.
Well, we have 2 supervisors that are new to the job. And
I
think
understand that, but what I'm saying,
I think we should be working with them on trying to make sure that those areas are getting taken.
but they don't know anything, the 2 supervisors don't know anything about 3 districts.
Right.
So that shouldn't even play into the picture, is what I'm saying.
Would it make more sense to have one big, shop area, or, that everybody meets at and we have a supervisor, and then there's foremans, like 3 different foremans? Dude, that would kind of, eliminate your 2 low boys. Even the supervisor would help with scheduling.
So you're saying have
Other counties
one-
operate out of one shop.
a lot of other counties do. And, we could do something like what you're saying and have one supervisor and put a leadman in each 3 areas.
Right.
A leadman type, that's where I work, that's what we'd have called it. And have them responsible for their area to oversee what the main boss does. We can do something like that. I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, and then I think that would help on having to buy 2 sets of everything every time we buy something too.
We don't need 2 of a lot of
That's what I'm
things.
saying.
I mean, we don't.
But scheduling would be a lot better. Everybody meet at the same barn every morning and then send on your way, or what, I don't know really how to organize it, but
I'm not saying that
I'm
you
just
even
trying to-
have to change it to one barn, but the boss could be at one barn, wherever that's at. I mean, but he could be over the county, because a lot of counties are that way.
right. So the supervisor at my and Pleasanton barn is who?
Todd,
So, but half the year Todd's doing what?
asphalt
All right, that's my
and
point.
chip and seal.
So, and yeah, I just want to move forward on it. I mean, if it comes
Well,
out,
I believe what you're telling me is, but what I'm saying is the way we've had it structured, it shouldn't be that way. Is what
Right.
you don't feel that you're getting the coverage that you should be getting.
right.
And if that's what you feel like, I mean, I'm for fixing it. I mean,
Me
if,
too.
And I don't know what the right way is. That's why, I don't know how
I
we
don't-
get the cost. I
I don't personally think we need 3 supervisors. I mean,
So-
I will say that.
So when I'm talking about the cost to open, I'm talking, are you going to be adding other personnel by opening that shop? What changes are you going to make by opening that shop back up? Are we adding another foreman over there? Are we incurring costs from benefits and payroll by adding additional staff? That's what I'm talking about with cost, Danny.
Well, I don't know where we're even starting. So that's why
And that's why I'm saying that I'm not going to second a motion where we don't know where we're going.
well, let's get a plan. Then we can go, then we
Okay.
get which direction we're going.
Be fine.
I think if I could, if you'll allow Commissioner McCullough and I to work on that, I could restructure that and come up with those personnel and equipment numbers for you. If you'd allow us to sit down together and work on that and come up with a plan for you.
I'm fine looking at it.
Sure.
On your district, so you've got 2 greater guys out of the south.
Can you come talk at the mic, please, Joyce?
I can get you a map of the districts if you want in the greater routes, but you've got 2 greater guys that report to the South District, but they grade your district roads.
Right.
There's 2 guys from the North District that grade your district roads. So anytime we get, they grade on a regular basis. If there's a call needing your road done or treatment or whatever, there's a road issue, those are going to go to Denny or Jesse, but they cover your area.
But so then they send if my graders, how do they do that? They send a grader all the way from Lacine down here past Boycourt to do a road or what?
It depends on the grader routes that are set up out there in Public. Each guy that grades roads has an area that he grades, right? So you've got 2 of Denny's guys that handle your area. They report to Denny. You've got 2 guys that report to Jesse that handles your northern part of your area. So, I'd have to look at the map, but if there's a road, so for instance, Franklin has a road, we get a call, they need gravel or whatever. I'm going to send that to Jesse because it's his area. He'll assign it to Franklin. So it's not that you're not getting coverage, it's just coming from different people rather than Todd. It's the same way, you know, hauling rock, ditch maintenance, anything. I don't know if that helps or not, but
It does.
I can get you a map if you want it printed off.
Thank you, Joyce.
You're welcome.
I even think moving forward, we ought to take a look and get us a map of the whole county. Whether we go to Pam to get the roads, and then we need to categorize what ditches need cleaned.
Yeah.
Whether it's 1, 2, or 3, a level of what it does, and let them put that on a map. And then we need to start working on it. You know, if it's a 1, meaning it's the worst, or 3, whichever way we do it, and then start working on that, and have it on a map, and have our road supervisors and our maintainer operators make this map, because we have the technology.
Right. I think that would be a good idea, Jim. That way they can kind of see where the problems areas are and what
I
needs
mean, if we
attention.
all 3 have a bunch of the worst, we start working on it, you know, a little bit in each district or each area until we.
You know, I agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
I just still feel like we don't have it organized like we should, so.
Well, let's get Sean started on that. I mean, let's get Sean to get it set up and have him look at it, and then each maintainer operator can go through on his daily route. And I mean, within 2 or 3 weeks, he'd surely have it
Right.
sketched out of what he sees.
Right. I think that would be a good start.
I agree.
So do we need to get Sean in there and have him start working on it? Can you do that for us, Sean?
Something similar to that, and I'll just have to work with the shop firms to find availability. I'll come back to you and report on it next week to see how fast.
Okay.
Just having never done it, I just can't tell you
Okay.
how fast or what I'm gonna need to do.
Sounds good.
That'll work.
Okay. Next on the agenda, we had Angie Randall.
Angie Randall, 713 Main Street, Pleasanton, Kansas. I had a lot of stuff that I was going to talk to you about today, but I got sent some information last night, and that completely changed everything that I was wanting to say. So I'm going to just ask you guys some questions. The structure of your forum up here is 3 people. Everything that you guys do is aired out over YouTube, over everything. There is no work sessions. Do you guys plan work sessions where you can iron some of this stuff out before we come to a meeting so it's not lasting 4 and 5 hours? Is there any way that you guys you can't even communicate? I mean, last week there was something where Jim was upset because you said that he got a phone call from a solar company where Jim says, well, no, I didn't. But you guys can't even call each other and ask each other questions, because if you do, then you've created a quorum.
Correct.
Okay. Have you guys considered restructuring and having 5 people up there where you guys can have easier work sessions, where you can gather information better, where you can have, if somebody has a question for something, you can at least call one of your other people and ask a question. I think that 5 people would be much better than 3.
We have that on our goals for this year to talk about and be able to present that to the public.
Okay.
And that takes a vote, right? It has to go to
The
a,
redistricting would have to be voted on. And what kind of time frame, David, would we need to have that decision made by?
in order to get it on the ballot.
Well, the November ballot will have to be programmed by late August. So we would have to know before that. as for the time frame to set that up and do it, that's something we'd have to work out the details on how we split those districts up, how,
Currently, your resolution to call for an election to do this, which would have your districts, your proposed districts laid out, has to be passed 60 days before the general election. It has to be voted on in a general election. Right now, under the current law, you can then, once you've done this, if it passes, you can then have a special election to fill the slots. But there's a statute under consideration in the legislature right now to prohibit that. And so if you voted to go to 5 members in November of this year, you couldn't fill those slots until the next general election. And so
We can't, or we can?
you can't.
Can't.
Be 2 more years and.
If that new law passes, it would be,
Right.
you couldn't fill those spots till the next general election. Currently, you can't. You can have a special election to fill the spots.
So if we voted on it in November, the way it stands right now, we can.
You can fill the slots the way it stands right now.
Then we'd have a,
Right now.
special election to fill the other 2 spots.
That's
Okay.
yeah, and like I say, even though Gary's saying 60 days before the election, in order to get it programmed and ballots printed and everything out on time for federal service voters, I'm gonna need more time than that.
And you'd also have to get a map and put that towards the citizens so that they could see the districts of how they're going to do that, so that the citizens have time to run for a five-person campaign.
Okay.
Okay? My next question is, David, we're having a meeting, and you guys probably read in the paper over in Pleasanton, we're having a solar meeting on March 18th, open quorum at our community center. Could you email our city administrator the contact information for the solar companies so we can also invite them to our meeting so that we can get both sides, please?
The only ones I have, I think, are the 2 gentlemen that have been here from Clearway. I don't have any other contact information.
Okay, could you email those to
Yeah,
our city admin?
fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, I was wanting to talk to you guys about other things that are going on in the county. Do you guys realize how many elected officials that the county is going to be losing this year? Have you guys even stopped to think about those issues?
Yes.
Okay, you're losing a sheriff, you're losing an appraiser, you're losing a county clerk, and those are the 3 that the public knows about. The county appraiser is working currently on getting a replacement, but they're going to have to be elected in, but there's nobody that knows the job.
You mean the treasurer, I think, not
The treasurer, I'm sorry, yes, the treasurer. Thank you. Have you guys considered anything of how that's going to happen? Because you guys cannot do your jobs unless you have a good backbone and a good foundation in that building over there.
I agree.
And I haven't seen anything where anybody is trying to even address that issue, where we're not having elected officials come in that are going to be able to pick up where it needs to be at a level it needs to be. Has anybody even considered any of that?
So, I mean, those are elected positions outside of the appraiser, correct?
Yes.
So how do we manage that situation? You know, the election's going to take place.
Has anybody even addressed it in the Linn County News from this platform right here of the spots that are going to be open in our county for at the next election? Has that even been done? So
We don't know until the deadline what's going to happen.
I understand that, but you've got people that are saying that they're not going to run again. The sheriff says he's not going to run because you guys can't come to an agreement on stuff. So we're going to have, do we have anybody that's in? Have you even talked to him to see if there's anybody even interested? What are
I've
you going to
talked to him.
do?
I've talked to him.
Okay, what are you guys going to do if absolutely nobody runs but somebody who does not have any law enforcement experience and they're elected? Have you talked about accreditation and making the county accredited? Have you talked about any other issues other
I had no idea
than,
what a commissioner was, so I don't feel like that's our job to do anything like that.
Law enforcement is totally different,
Okay, I'm
Danny.
just saying, a commissioner, I didn't even know what a commissioner was when I was voted in, so.
I understand it. Commissioner is totally different than law enforcement. There has to be certain aspects that are filled. The last one that didn't have any experience ended up in prison before he died.
I don't think we can control that, though.
But you can put the word out there. You can put the word out to other people, other counties and stuff, and you can start looking. You don't have to just sit back and go, oh, whoever decides to get elected can get elected. There's ways of asking if there's any interest in any other county. If there's law enforcement officers in another county that would be willing to move to Linn County and run for sheriff, especially if there's nobody else running, and they don't know about it, then we're missing an opportunity of having a good sheriff, right?
Okay.
Okay? So there's things that can be done. Pay scales, I understand that there is quite a bit of juggling of pay scales. The sheriff's department, the sheriff and everything is not paid equivalent anywhere where they're at. However, I would like to see the county commissioners take a list of what responsibilities people have for their elected and non-elected personnel based on knowledge, education, and training of what has to be done. Also, the responsibility needs to have, if we've got somebody that's sitting in an office all day and absolutely does not put their life on the line, but we have people that are outgoing, putting their life on the line every day, fire, EMS, police department, sheriff's department, but they're not getting compensated for somebody who sits in the office all day and doesn't put their life on the line, but they're compensated lower. I think that that should be addressed, because you're not going to get good people that are going to be willing to serve the county as well as they could if they're not compensated for it. I do have a lot of other things that I do want to say. Danny, I pulled you aside last week and I told you the reason why the shop was closed over in Pleasanton, and I'm going to tell everybody right now. My understanding from talking to people that used to work there years ago, there was 2 people that had passed away before other people were hired. The person that was running that shop was in a car wreck and couldn't come back to work, so the commission voted to dismantle that shop. Question being, everybody wanted to know, it was found out, but nothing was discussed up here. So I don't understand how come that, if somebody's told something, but they don't do their due diligence to go and look it up or find out or talk to people, there is a wealth of information, and people have done research in this county, have come to you guys many times and give you correct information, but nobody wants to follow up on it. Nobody does their due diligence to go and look back on it or say, hey, citizen, where did you get that information? I'd like to look it up, and then go from there and find more information. The service that is coming is not what the citizens agree with. And Jason, I don't understand. Last week you asked on this form that you're having on March the 4th, you asked if the property owners were going to be able to be there. You seem to have more concern about property owners versus voters. And in some cases, that's not a bad thing. But in some cases, it is a bad thing, because in the city of Pleasanton, in the city of Mound City, in the city of Prescott, and the city of Lacine, you have people that own businesses outside that don't live in those communities.
Correct.
So they have a chain of command that they have to go through, so to speak, okay? They have a Chamber of Commerce. So if the Chamber of Commerce wants to come down and speak at a city council meeting, they can. Those citizens can come to city council meetings, but they really don't have any input because they're not voters in that city. So I think that the voters should have more of a say. Property owners can come, but they're not going to have.
I mean, the property owners pay taxes here too.
They do, but they're
They
not.
They don't get a voice in our elections. I
You're right.
understand that.
They don't.
But they do pay taxes, and that's all I'm trying to say,
Mhm.
is that they do pay taxes just like the rest of us.
They do pay taxes. You are correct, 100% correct. But are they invested? Are they invested in this community? Do they live here? Do they put their blood, sweat, and tears here? Pleasanton wouldn't exist right now if we didn't have people who lived outside of Pleasanton putting their money by owning the businesses that they do in Pleasanton. The Chamber of Commerce comes and speaks to them and we ask them their opinion, but if their opinion doesn't align with the citizens or what we have to do, we can't put that stuff, they don't have a voting right. And unfortunately, that's the way the state of Kansas is set up.
Right.
I would like to see more emphasis on the elected people that have a vote and not the property owners. They do have some, but if they're wanting to be that invested in Linn County, then they need to live here. That's the way that the statute was written up, is that the people that live there are the ones that are most invested in it.
Okay.
Okay? Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have Bobby Johnson.
Just so everyone's clear, I had talked to Kevin about this, and this is a kind of a, for what they do over there, compensation to help get workers here. Just so that everyone's clear, this is what this meeting's about to happen, is how it came about. So a lot of people don't see what goes on behind closed doors, they just see the camera, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So just so everybody's on the same page.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bobby Johnson, Undersheriff. Got a little bit of frog in my throat today. I will apologize about that. To start off, I want to make sure it's clear that Ms. Randall's comments about our composition and things was just a coincidence. We had not spoken about this, no planning about this at all. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page about that.
You're fine, Bobby.
All right. The reason I'm up here today is I would like to propose that the Board of Commission look into transferring the Linn County Sheriff's Office certified law enforcement employees to the Kansas Police and Fire retirement. There's a few reasons I believe this is paramount for the agency. And the first and foremost of those is for recruitment and retention of sworn officers. The Sheriff's Office is one of the very few in this area that are not already KP&F. And we're also one of the very lowest paid agencies in our region when you compare relatively same sized agencies. So like the Bourbon County Sheriff's Office, Fort Scott Police Department, Miami County, Osawatomie, Paola, Allen County, Garnett, Iola. When you compare relatively same sized agencies, we're among the lowest paid and we're one of the very few that are not. What that KP&F also does is that it allows law enforcement officers to retire at an earlier age. And that's very important because in this occupation, we can't be doing the same quality of work at 65 years old than you can at 40 years old or 30 years old. Law enforcement officers, of course, get hurt when you put older officers out there on the streets and they come into contact with criminals who wish to do them harm. A person's physical stamina and their physical capabilities, their cognitive capabilities, it decreases with age. And it's a public safety issue. That's why even federal law enforcement has to be out at 57 years old. It's mandated. If it was KP&F, we would be able to retire at 55. The way it is now, I got officers that we've brought on who can't retire till like they're 67. And that, to me, is a danger to them. It's also a danger to the public at large. I also believe that it would mitigate the cost of insurance because when you have older officers out there getting hurt, your insurance rates are going to increase. The KP&F has a better service-connected disability protection for law enforcement officers. So if you get hurt in the line of duty, the benefit that you would gain is much better than the benefit that Keepers allows. There's also a better death benefit if you were to be killed in the line of service. Again, I mean, there's a list right here, folks, and if you want me to read them off, I will, but there's a huge list of law enforcement agencies that we're competing with in our area that are already KP&F. And when they're already KP&F and they make a better wage, it's hard to recruit people to come work for us. For example, just the two lower paid agencies that are we're competing with is the Fort Scott Police Department and the Bourbon County Sheriff's Office. I have 5 officers that come to work at Linn County Sheriff's Office that live in Fort Scott. And we're all competing for the same thing. And why do you think that is? It's because we do pay a little bit better, right? So they come to work for us. But if you don't pay any better and you don't have the better retirement, we're going to be hurting. We already have lost one homegrown officer that grew up here and is like a 5th or 7th generation person to a state agency. We have another that's in the background process of a state agency. And I can assure you, there's like 3 of us who's been contacted by another state agency because they're building a new place in Pittsburgh and they want some special agents. So law enforcement in general is a pretty hazardous job. And about 14% of all law enforcement officers in 2020 were assaulted by criminals. You take that along with the biggest killer in my profession is actually traffic accidents, which killed more law enforcement officers than anything else. And you take respiratory and illness, lung disease and heart disease that's brought on because of the stress of our occupation. The longer a person works, the more susceptible to death while on the job they are. A law enforcement officer on average dies at 66 years old compared to 78 years old, which is the national average. I have brought a lady here from the state who can talk about the numbers because, folks, I'm not the numbers guy. I couldn't really tell you about the numbers. There's a lot of pros and cons to this. There's a lot more pros and cons, right? I mean, you're going to get more younger, vigorous officers. We're going to recruit better. We're going to get guys out before they get hurt. We're going to keep our insurance rates low. We're actually going to maybe save a little bit of money because the longer you're employed, the higher your wage will be probably at the end of your employment. But the biggest downfall and the elephant in the room is that it costs a lot more. And if you don't mind, I'd like Ms. Page to come up here and speak to you about the numbers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm with Capers. Under Capers umbrella, we have 3 different retirement systems. We have regular Capers, which Linn County has been a member of since 1964. And then we have the KPNF system. And then we also have a judges system. And KPNF was designed to meet the needs of law enforcement because of the nature of their work. They're exposed to risks and dangers other occupants or other occupations are not. The risk of physical injuries from weight and strain of their equipment, duty-related injuries, disease exposure, which lots of people don't think about, and then emotional trauma of events police officers face in the course of anything that they do. Like Under Sheriff Johnson said, life expectancy is about 20 years less than their civilian counterparts. And then with Capers right now, Capers first started, you could get kind of nervous for some reason. I wasn't expecting all these people in this room. When Capers first started back in 1962. And at that time, everyone could retire with full benefits at age 62. And so, but that has changed now. We have 3 different tiers levels underneath Capers. And now everybody that starts now, they can't retire until they're age 65. And like Under Sheriff Johnson stated that, I don't think you want a 65-year-old out chasing down somebody hopped up on meth or anything like that. It is a hard job for them to do. And KPNF is a better system because it is designed with KPNF in mind. I'm not here to sell it. I'm just here to explain anything that you might have. But I do think it's a good program. With KPNF, they have an enhanced disability benefit. They have an enhanced death benefit as well as enhanced retirement benefits. But like they said, it is a little bit more expensive. Right now, as a Capers member, you contribute 6% of your gross wages into the system. As an employer, based on the members' gross wages, right now you are contributing, it will be for 2025, it will be 10.6%. For KPNF, the members will have to start contributing 7.1%, 1.5% into their system. But as an employer, it does go way up. It goes up to about 24.6%. Right now, it's at 23.10%, and that's based on the gross wages of anyone that would be moving over into the KPNF. Only people that can be under KPNF basically are law enforcement officers.
Like jailers or?
No, no. They have to have attended the Law Enforcement Training Academy, and their job has to be basically getting out in the car and patrolling, things like that, or, guaranteed they can wear the gun. So only those people would be the ones that would move over. I'm not sure how many individuals that would be. Your agency has to affiliate for it. Yes, sir. Pardon, you have 23? Okay, thank you. Your agency would have to affiliate for it. Just like back in 1964, Linn County had to affiliate to become KPERS members. To be KPNF members, your agency would have to affiliate for that, and that's where you all come in, because you have to vote to agree to allow your police officers to become KPNF members. That affiliation will not start until January 1 of 2025, so you do have some time to maybe look at your different cost and things like that, whether, where can we find the money to do that. However, you have to remember, though, you're going to be paying in 10% already for KPERS. I do have a spreadsheet. I did not bring it with me right now where I can put in, or I can send that to the sheriff, where he can plug in your numbers for staff members. And over the last 5-6 years, kind of compare it to how much you'd be paying into KPERS versus how much KPNF. And even though the cost rises and falls on occasions, it's about the same amount every year that you'd be paying into. I don't know how much money goes into your to pay your sheriffs, and so I couldn't have put that into a spreadsheet at all anyway if I wanted to. Why is it such a better system, though? Basically, they have better disability coverage. Right now, as a KPERS member, they're only covered for occupational for 2 years. So if they would get injured in the line of duty, or if they would even fall off the ladder at their house or something like that, and could not do their current occupation under KPERS, they would only be able to be on our disability program for 2 years. And then after that, they'd have to prove that they can't do any job. With KPNF, it's occupational for life. And so I had a friend that was a police officer. He was injured in the line of duty. He was clipped by a car while he was giving somebody a ticket, and he can no longer run. And so he was no longer able to do his job as a police officer, something that he's always wanted to do. And so he is able to be on our long-term disability program for the rest of his life up until retirement age, still earn KPNF service credit, still be on the basic life insurance coverage that we have for them, as well as basically they do stay on it for a lifetime. They can go on and do another job in a KPERS position as well and earn money from that, or in any other job that they want to do. But it is a great disability program for them. What I love about it is the death benefit. Right now, under KPERS, members that work under KPERS are only covered by a death benefit at 1.5 times their current salary. Once they move over to KPNF, we have a service-connected death benefit as well as a non-service-connected death benefit. With that service-connected death benefit, the spouse is covered then for the rest of his or her life if that KPNF member should happen to pass away, as well as the children. If it was service-connected, the children would be covered with some form of payment. About 10% of the final average salary of that member would go to the children up until age 18, or to 26 if they remain in school. And they don't have to report that on their federal taxes. It's just, they don't even have to report it. Any other death that they might happen under KPNF, the family is still covered a whole lot better than what they would be under KPERS right now. But then again, the best part is also retirement. A member under KPNF can retire with full benefits as early as age 55 if they have at least 20 years of service under their belt. 50 with 25, 55 with 20, 65 with at least 15. The difference between KPERS and KPNF, though, is that with KPERS, you can be vested in our system with 5 years of service. Under KPNF, you have to wait till you're 15 years of service. So there is a longer period of vesting. And so if somebody wants that KPNF retirement, they're going to stick with it a little bit longer than they would, instead of just waiting 5, years and then get out of it if they wanted to do that. Once they move over, they're not going to lose anything with their capers that they have right now. Those years of service under their capers belt, we call it portability. They can add those years to go ahead and be vested and retire early under KPNF. So if somebody right now has at least 15, 16 years under capers and they move over to KPNF, they're already considered vested in the KPNF system. And then they can move forward with that and then retire sooner.
So we don't have to spend additional funds to bring them up?
No. There are two different types of affiliation that you can do. One is called prior service, prior and future, where as an agency, you can agree to pay for the service that your officers have contributed to Linn County only. You would pay for that time, and then that would count under KPNF, and then moving forward, they would have it. The cost for that is to do an actuarial study, and that's $800 for the study itself, and then $25 per officer that you're figuring out. And then once you do that, you're kind of given an amortization table, kind of like with your mortgage, and then you would have to pay a payment about January 1 of every year. You can choose a 10-year or 15-year payment schedule to do that. But you don't have to affiliate like that. You can just do future only. And starting January 1 of 2025, then everybody moves over to KPNF. And then, so if somebody only had a year of service under capers, then they just start under KPNF and they'd still have that year. They don't lose any of that. Also, what we started is a program called DROP. It's called a Deferred Retirement Option Plan. And so anybody that's in KPNF, it used to be just for our Highway Patrol and for KBI. But right now they've expanded it to all law enforcement, where once they are eligible for full retirement, they can continue working with your agency, collect their retirement, but that doesn't go into their paycheck. It goes into a separate account that kind of builds and builds and builds and builds for them, so that when they do retire, they can choose 3, 4, or 5-year drop program. And then once they finally say, okay, I'm done being a police officer, they can collect that amount of money that was sitting in their account. So a lot of times you might have somebody that likes being a police officer. They're just kind of want to start collecting their payments, but they still can continue on in doing that. So that's kind of capers or KPNF in a nutshell. The information that I gave you has just kind of a snapshot of what KPNF is. And then the other one is a good comparison between KPNF, the Capers 1 and 2 program, and the Capers 3 program. And then, of course, that membership guide that is in there really explains thoroughly the death benefits, the disability benefits, and things like that for members. Yes, sir.
In addition to our officers, we also have a couple of full-time people with our fire department.
If you decide to, I mean, it was just the police officers that asked me to come and visit. It is open to police officers, firefighters, as well as EMTs. Now, if you decide to move over with the with the fire department as well, EMTs are considered fire. They're kind of like in a lump together in a group, and so they would have to come as well.
We don't have the.
Okay.
Okay. Contract out, right?
Okay, and a lot of times I come into smaller communities and the fire department is volunteer. So anybody that,
As well.
okay, if it wasn't volunteer, if you had at least one person that was full-time or something like that and you wanted to offer them KPNF, I know where I live in a little small town, we have a fire, man that stays, mans the station all the time that's under our city salaries and things like that. And that person could go over, but volunteer would not. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Anything?
I don't know, man.
I've been hearing about this since I think the day Kevin walked through the door. I think it's really important to see what Kevin's helped with and his officers have helped with over here at the jail, and the amount of money they bring in at 8 months last year, $684,000. And they turn money back to the general fund every month. And I think it's important. That's why I kind of asked or mentioned bringing them over here and talking about it. And I would like to try to move forward and have a plan before January 1st to make this happen for them.
Now, you do have my business card listed there on the thing. I do the affiliation for Capers, basically. I deal with the affiliation process. So any questions that you might have, you are more than welcome to call me, email me. I think that spreadsheet that I created, which I will send to the sheriff's department. They can plug in your numbers, and I think that will be very helpful for all of you in there to kind of see where we're going to find the money, how's it go. Because usually, I've found most communities want to do this for their officers. I mean, and right, I've been doing affiliation for the last 6 years, and in the last 2 years, I have been more busy with KPNF than I've ever been in my life since I've been there. Usually with KPNF, it's only about 2 or 3 agencies a year. Last year, I had almost 13 that affiliated for. I mean, it's just because they're having struggling hiring and keeping good officers. And you have to think about training too. I mean, you hiring somebody, you training them, and then they're leaving to go somewhere for KPNF. So that's another thought as well. But you have my phone call, my phone number's in there. Give me a call. Email me if you have any additional questions.
Thank you,
All right,
Paige.
thank you. You're welcome.
This is the time of year to get busy working on this because you need to look at those estimates on what the cost is, and we need to budget for it for next year.
Right.
Because it would not be a fact that we don't have money to do it. It's getting it budgeted in the right place. So we need to know what you want to do by the time we're working on budgets this summer.
Okay, so Bobby, what are your thoughts on the prior service versus the future only?
So I'm correct in Miss that the future only, we still get the portability. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, I will, of course, I serve these guys.
Right.
So I'm gonna come over here and tell you I want all I can get, but I understand that's probably not feasible.
How much are you talking if we try to move over, say we had half of the 23 wanted to,
I'll be quite honest with you,
All right.
commissioners. I don't foresee going back and paying everybody up as being really very feasible, right?
Okay.
I think that the smart thing to do would be moving forward with KPNF.
So the future only.
Future only. That's what.
It's pretty expensive to do fire service. I don't, unless you're officers.
It's
They have
quite-
a lot
quite.
of papers under their belts.
You know what? I'll say most of my officers are in their 30s.
So
So,
we're pretty young. It may
yeah.
not cost as much as you-
I think out of 23 of us, there's probably 7 or 8 that are in their 50s and 40s.
that have been around.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
And that was what you were talking about as far as our cost, $800 plus 25 per officer to figure out what that number would be that we would have to do.
Yes.
so what would be, do you have a typical number, like what a person,
It
It's gonna be
depends.
based off our
I
staff.
just know generally, if you have a department that has a lot of people, a lot of papers, you're under Linn County, they've been around for a long time, it's probably more money than what an agency has, or can find. But if you have a lot of younger officers, that haven't been with Linn County for very long, I would say 3 to 5 years or so, it may not be as expensive as you think sometimes.
Okay.
Again, we have. I think we got enough officers that it would be fairly expensive for the county. That's been on for definitely 5 years or better.
But portability helps.
Portability helps, yeah, and I think that's what. I mean, guys, I appreciate you letting me come up here and speak to you about this, and I just ask that you know that we serve this community every day, every night, every weekend, every holiday, every thunderstorm and ice storm, every bad thing that happens. These guys go to it. And I ask that you really consider this and show the guys and gals that you support them because they will always support the community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. So what do you guys think as far as the prior service? Do you want to look and try to get those numbers? It's going to be $800 plus 25 per.
we have quite a bit of time, right? Well, I guess not for budgeting, but before we sign a contract and start all this on January 1, but, is that gonna be a lot of work?
Well, basically send it out to an actuarial firm. I just need the paperwork by October 1. In order to send it out, it is a little easy if I get it sooner
Well,
rather
and-
than later. I can take the material at any time. It takes.
And like, we're going to be talking over budgets here, in May and June
It usually
and stuff
takes
that way.
It can take them 6 weeks or a
Okay.
little bit more.
So the sooner we got started, the sooner we would
Yeah,
get there.
I can send that paperwork over to them. And then he just needs to fill it out, send it to me, I send it off to the actuarial firm, and then they send back
So
the numbers.
what is the benefit of doing that as opposed to the portability?
The only difference is that when, like, let's say somebody had 5 years under capers with Linn County, that 5 years would be added to their benefit of KPNF. When we go to calculate a retirement benefit, and that was one thing I did forget to mention, is that KPNF, even though they can retire sooner, we calculate the retirement at a higher rate than we do from capers. Well, they're paying 7.15%.
All right.
And you all are paying a little bit more in as well.
Right.
And so that would really increase the retirement benefit.
So the portability part is just the years of service?
Yeah, so if they move over to the portability, if somebody had 5 years of capers and then 20 years of KPNF, they would receive 2 retirement pension checks. And they retired, one calculated with their capers benefit, one calculated under KPNF. So the years that they had under capers would be calculated as a capers retirement check, and the KPNF time would be calculated as.
They're just getting credit for that time in work.
Yes.
That's good. Okay.
And the other is where we would be granting, going back and basically paying for the KPNF for the,
Right, which would increase their years of service when we go to calculate their benefit, which would then increase their retirement.
and that's what we'd have to pay, the $800 and 25 per.
That's just to see how much it's gonna cost. And then you get the numbers, and like I said, it's a payment schedule.
Would it be out of the ordinary just if you had over 10 years in Linn County, we would only include those people, or is that not?
No, you have to include everybody.
You have to everybody?
You have to do everybody. And again, it's just for the service that they have in Linn County. So if somebody was a capers member with 10 years at another city, Fort Scott or something like that, or whatever, they would, it's just their time when they were serving their community.
But Lydia asked, can individual buy back their time?
So it has to be us.
It's all.
So
And yes, and it's all or nothing. Somebody can't say, oh, no, I can't do that. It's all. And then also if you move over to KPNF as well, actually officers would not, but they can't say, oh, no, I become KPNF, I want to stay because they can't. If they fit in that description of a police officer, once you guys move over to KPNF, they're KPNF.
Okay.
we'd be looking probably in the neighborhood of $1,500 to get the study done, I think. That 800 plus 25 a person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's what we need to determine right now is whether we want to get the study done or not. Right? So that we can start working on building how this is going to look, and how this is going to work.
Yeah, I mean,
Jim? So are you interested in spending the money for the study to find out what it is, or are we only interested in looking at our future only, no prior service?
let me ask Kevin, what do you think? Because Kevin put in a lot of time and effort on helping with this jail project and all this, and I kind of look at maybe this is a bonus for you, Kevin, if this is what you want, if you will. You know what I mean?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. We've been working on this project for some time and had a lot of talks about it. The project's been brought up in the past over many, many years. What this affects is the future of law enforcement in Linn County and how the Linn County Sheriff in the years in our future will staff the office. So the problematic issue that we run into now, and I've been explaining it to you guys for some time now through correspondence, is that we don't get applicants for law enforcement officers anymore. It don't happen. The last time we had somebody put in for a law enforcement position, that individual did not catch the fact that we were not already KPNF. When he sat down with us, he said, "I've wasted your time and my time," because he wasn't coming to us. He was 15 years service somewhere else under KPNF. So what you're going to see is lack of applicants and lack of retention. We have people leave us often to go to other agencies with KPNF. Right now, like the lady from Capers stated. Thank you, ma'am. Like she stated, 13 agencies this year. Many of those agencies are in southeast Kansas. You know, I run with 104 sheriffs in the state, and we do a lot of meetings and things like that. And this is probably one of the largest pushes in the state, and it's not necessarily by the sheriff because it costs our counties money, and we realize that. But the staff is going to push this, and they have pushed it, and they've asked for it, and it's not anymore a want. Used to, when most of southeast Kansas were all Capers houses, you know, all of the agencies were Capers, there wasn't a big push because we were equalized. And no longer now are we equalized. We're way behind the curve. If you look at Linn County compensation versus those who we compete with, those who have stolen our deputies, right? Because that's what happens. They're poaching. And those who steal our deputies, those are the comparisons that we give you. We no longer compete with Bourbon County necessarily. There's really not, I haven't lost a deputy. I've lost a few jailers to Bourbon County, but I won't lose a deputy there because their pay is so low and they're keepers. I've lost Fort Scott. Fort Scott has lower pay, but they have KPNF. So I've lost to them because the retirement benefit is so much more lucrative. We have a KPNF agency in Linn County. If they have an opening, I will lose to them because they're higher paid and they have KPNF. So I tell you all of that because we're really looking at the future. This is the trend. And when trends occur, I want to regurgitate those back to you so you understand and you know. Because I'll be honest with you, right now, many of the deputies at the Linn County Sheriff's Office will not be here in a year. It's just going to happen that way. The trend is saying they're going other places. I recently lost one. I'm about to lose another. He's in the background process for a state agency where they have a similar state retirement. And retirement is big to us. It really is, because we can't do this job forever. We cannot be 70 years old, hot seat in a patrol car. It's just not going to happen. So, you know, with the current Capers, the Kansas Public Retirement System, in the Capers 3, at best, that system is an annuity. At best. And I'm not even joking. I've got guys who are going to have to work 40 years in that system to retire. It's not doable. It's not doable. We're going to have to put, if we stay with Capers, we're going to have to put age restrictions on when we hire people at some point, and when they can no longer apply for these positions, because we can't expect 35, 40 years in this annuity level retirement system. And many of your county employees are working on that system. The best word I can tell you for the Capers 3 position is it sucks. It honestly does. It's horrible. And I'm sorry, I know you work there, but it sucks. And she'll agree with that. All of the people at Capers who work under whatever system they have will tell you it's the worst thing. That our staff could do better putting the money in some other account and managing their own retirement. I can promise you that. Why can I promise you that? Because in 2019, I came back to Linn County. I'm on Capers 3. It's horrible. I take more money out of my paycheck and put it in a 457 and make more than I do out of Capers. It's horrible. And a lot of our people are working under this. Now our law enforcement, the many of them are working under this system, and it does not work for them. That's the problem. There was a point in time when Capers 1 and Capers 2 were the projects that Linn County was in. Everybody was in them. And when that occurred, they had a good pension or retirement system. Capers 3 is not that. It is totally different. It's an annuity at best. The pay-in rates are small. So we have to do something. If you want law enforcement is, I hate to put it in this form, but it's like a national union. And people work in this system and they work in it for years and years and years. It's not something that most people do for 2 or 3 years and then go move on to be whatever else they dream to be. It's something they stay in for their life. And the problem with that is with the current retirement system, 40 years is too long. People can't, this isn't going to affect me. Not one bit, not one penny. I have no dog in the fight other than how do we foresee the future of law enforcement in Linn County? What do our legislatures want to do to make that better, to make it where people will stay for a career? Because let's face it, she mentioned it, training's expensive. Right now, we hire people in on a Capers 3, we get them all trained up, they go do the work, they do a great job, and what do? They go to somewhere where there's KPNA. And that's the trend. And we're going to continue to see that. And we have a lot of, like Under Sheriff Johnson explained, we have a lot of folks who are that 35 or less category. You look at the faces of our deputies, they're very young. They're going to leave. They have to. They got to go somewhere where the benefit's better. We used to tote in Linn County that our benefits were the best. I say we should keep toting that, but we're going to have to change some of them in which to get there, because that Capers 3 is not good. It sucks. So I think that what we have to do is we have to look at how we move forward. Do we fund the back end of this? I think we got to get a study to see if we fund the back end of it. It's going to cost a couple $1,000s at the most, I think. But I think we have to do that, because here's the deal. In today's meeting, I promise you that Bobby and I are here, so there's 21 other law enforcement officers in Linn County. I promise you they're all on the phone right now with each other. They're all watching the meeting. They're all texting each other, because today's meeting is going to determine what some of those folks do for a career. And I pray that you will give great consideration to this. I would say we spend a couple $1,000s on the study. Good Lord, that's not a lot of money for the future. And I think that if we do that, we will then determine the finalization, the cost of what it is to backfill, if you will. If that's too expensive, those deputies are going to understand that. They know how dollars work. I scream dollars all the time in my office. They know how that works, but I promise you they're watching. I promise you that they're making considerations. I can tell you today, I probably know of 5 or 6 who might leave me in the next few months, whether this happens or not. But we've got to have a future. We've got to have something solid to stand on. If I bring somebody in for an interview, I need to tell them we have the best. Not something. Capers 1 and 2 was substandard in comparison to KPNF. Capers 3, it doesn't even rate. So I've got to be able to have something to hire some of those future people who are going to fill the positions. Commissioners, I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I here stand.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of moving forward with this and going ahead and doing the study. And are we going to include the 2 full-time fire department or fire individuals, or what do you guys think? I think it's only fair, right?
You about have to, don't you?
I think you should, yeah.
Okay.
Do we need a motion on that?
Yep.
I'd make a motion that we move forward with the KPNF system and go ahead and do the back study for, should we do like a allowance of?
So we're just going to be doing the back study.
That's what you're doing. That's what your motion
Yeah.
is, not to join KPNF yet.
Right.
To do the study on the,
Right.
on the back study.
Yeah.
I think we just say we're doing the back study.
Okay.
And including the firefighters.
Yeah, including the firefighters. That's my motion.
Okay. I'll second that motion. Been moved and seconded to go ahead with the KPNF back study at the cost of $800 plus $25 per officer. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Okay. Next up, we have the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority public hearing.
Yeah, we've actually got a couple of things with them we need to talk about today. We do have the public hearing that needs to be done, and then we've got the other, admitting a new member paperwork too, so.
Okay.
So I think, I mean, the hearing was scheduled at on or after 11, so I think probably the first step would just be to state that you
Close.
are opening the public hearing.
Okay. So we're now opening the public hearing for the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan. So what do we need to do next, Steve?
So I think just be asking if there's any public comment or if there's any explanation to be given, but
I think Shay's here to give you a better explanation. You wanted to talk about the plan itself and then on the paperwork, the new member admittance, and I gave you an overview of that, but Shay may be able to drill down on those questions you
Okay.
Shay Hannisack, I'm the regional coordinator for the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority. The Solid Waste Management Plan is a compliance requirement that every county has to have. We happen to have a region, so we have 6 counties that are currently part of the region. You're required to put together a compliance plan, and essentially what you're doing is just showing everybody, it's a public document, so that's why we have a public hearing on this one. It's just showing everybody how we go about managing solid waste in a county, goals that we have, so what you're looking to do resource-wise, what equipment you have, how you allocate funds for things in terms of whether it's tax dollars or whether it's landfill fees. Some of our counties have individual landfills, so they use that money to be able to offset costs. So all of that is just documented in the plan to be able to show that you are managing solid waste in a county and being able to advocate for waste reduction and other alternatives. So every 5 years, you actually have to redo the whole plan, which means update your goal setting for a 5 to 10 year look at things, potentially update how you've restructured everything like that. So the public hearing is held every 5 years so that the public does have an opportunity to provide input or ask questions about how that goes. So I think that's essentially the purpose of it. And if anybody is here, then we can answer those specific questions to do.
Is there any public comment? Okay.
If not, then you just declare the hearing closed.
Okay, we'll now close the hearing for the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan. Okay,
okay, so then there's a resolution that needs to be adopted for this. Give me just a moment to catch up here. And I think at this point, now that we've had the hearing, that.
Yep, then you can,
Take care of this.
the resolution takes care of that, yes, and then there's the separate issue, correct.
Okay, so we have resolution 2024-07, which adopts the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan. So would need a motion to adopt that resolution.
You guys got anything?
I don't.
Good with it? I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2024-07. It's the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the Lake Region Solid Waste Management Plan under Resolution 2024-07. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so then the other thing we had was you've got Shawnee County wanting to become a member, and out information on that. There's some paperwork where we would have to sign off on that, so we thought that would be a good one for you to explain what's going on.
So as a region, not all counties are forms of region. A lot of counties do things individually. Years ago, we saw the benefit in combining together and having a 6-county region where we share information, resources. It also helps to be able to the opportunity that you don't have to come up with 6 to 10 people in your own county and have individual quarterly meetings to be able to do this on a committee level. When we're together as a committee or as the authority, we have 2 representations from each county, so it makes it easier to be able to have 2 people sent. We collaborate. Then essentially, there's one person, myself, who does the meeting managements, does the minutes, does all the administrative part of things. So that reduces that burden that it places on each county to have to manage that. I write the solid waste management plan, so that's another opportunity that they don't have to do. Education and outreach. So that's kind of how we joined together as the region, and we saw the opportunity to be able to expand and say, hey, we're doing a good job with the 6 counties we have. We're willing to offer this resource to other counties as well. And KDHE was fully supportive of that because we do such a good job. They often use our plan and how we do things as a template to others. So we reached out to, and they especially wanted us to reach out to the smaller communities south of us in the southern region because a lot of times they struggle to come up with the plan or the coordination or the effort and things like that. You can't make people come to the table and you can't make people get their stuff together. But Shawnee County was very interested in joining that because they saw the benefit of the administrative side of not having to manage that, not having to do that, and still being part of a collective group. Then collectively, we have a good resource when we apply for grants because it provides, we have a full spectrum. We have a larger community with a lot of urban centers, and then we have a lot of rural as well. So we represent a diverse collaboration there and a lot of opportunities for grant purposes. So it's kind of a win-win. There was definitely a discussion that they would not overrun us being as large as they are. They have plenty of resources to be able to allocate to continue to do what they want. They just really like the fact that we did this collaboratively and shared information and supported each other. So that was definitely discussed and outlined on that. So they are excited to come on board and we're excited to be able to have them. But in order to do that, we just have to be able to modify some of those operational documents. So there should be 3 of those. One being the interlocal agreement that establishes the authority, so we would be expanding it to include Shawnee County. And then there's a memorandum of understanding that talks about solid waste and recycling. And then there's a third one that is the household hazardous waste agreement.
And I've got 2 copies of the signature pages of each of those documents here. And I believe you need 2 originals.
Yes, I need 2 originals because once we've finished modifying or accepting those documents, we submit those to the Attorney General and they approve those to be able to give them back to us. So fair warning, once we've done this, as much as we just did this wonderful round of a public hearing and revising of our documents, later on this year, when everything is finalized, we will of course then be updating our solid waste management plan to include it. So that would require another public hearing. But I will definitely let you know, put all that together. Once that's finalized, we'll come back and resubmit that as well so that everybody can see the differences when we add Shawnee County, which really shouldn't change the bulk part of the document because that is overall how we do everything collaboratively as a region, but then each separate county had their own section at the end of the document, so we would likely just be adding another section on to incorporate how Shawnee County does their individual processes.
Okay.
So,
Any questions about that?
So can we, I stepped out, just one motion and mention all 3 of these agreements?
That's how they've done it in the other counties. They've done it collectively as one, or they do the interlocal agreement and then they reference the other 2 as subsets or sub-documents that are related to the interlocal agreement. Either way has worked.
I will move that we approve the interlocal agreement establishing a regional solid waste authority, the household hazardous waste collection program, and the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority Memorandum of Understanding and Agreement of Recycling, Resource Recovery, and Waste Reduction.
I'll second.
Motion's been moved and seconded to update the stuff with the Lake Region Solid Waste Authority. Is there any discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so there's 3 copies of each one, and You all need to sign them. Gary also needs to sign as the legal counsel approving the form, and then I need to attest all that. And are you wanting to take those with you, or you want me to mail them?
I can wait and take them with me. It's fine.
Say, I'll want to make a copy of it for me to
Yeah.
keep, but if you want to hang around long enough, we can go make a copy. And you can take the original.
Yeah, that's fine. Nope, this is fine.
Do you need a copy of our resolution we just passed also?
I would appreciate a copy. I can just put that in the file, yes.
So once we get all this signing done, if you guys will give me a second to go make some copies, or Tom wants to go make some, we can do that, and then she can take the documents with her. You don't need the original.
No, just a copy, that's fine. Yeah. No, the only reason why I need the originals is because the originals have to go to the Attorney General. Yeah.
Gary.
See you.
Thank you, Shay. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. A citizen desiring to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes, and the commission will not take action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time and date.
Hi, Emily Thies, Pleasanton, Kansas. A couple of things I wanted to talk about today. I wanted to give you guys some information update on the solar companies that you're bringing down here. First, EDF, also known as Energy Department of France, was in debt last year for over $70 billion. And they had such financial hardship that the country of France bought them. And now they are EDF, owned by the country of France. I find it disturbing that we would let a foreign entity come into the county, number one. Clearway, whose parent company is Total Energies, was bought by BlackRock, and they are the largest asset manager worldwide with over 10 trillion in assets, and they are part of a massive land grab around the world. So they will be working here as well. I do want to make note, let the county know that the state of Kansas allows solar companies to use eminent domain. Senate Bill 457 has been tabled, and they will not bring that up. So at this point in time, that's how that will stand, that the solar companies can come in here and take land from the citizens here.
Can you explain that?
Transmission lines, like EDF's project is over here, over here. It's not continuous like Clearway. So if they need land for transmission lines to get from one plot of acreage to another plot across the road, they can come in and do that. So I'm not, I don't know that they will, but everybody needs to know that's a possibility. But then I wanted to address something else. And even though it involves the solar companies, it's more about the process that the commissioners and your body, I'm not real familiar with what your guys' rules are, when you can speak, when you can't speak, when this is done. So with what I'm saying here, I just have a few questions afterwards. Because we did a core request, several, to find out what has been said to the solar companies down here. So on 5/24 of last year, David Levy, who's EDF's attorney, he emails Jason Hightower asking for a phone call with them to talk about the 4,000 acre cap. On July 5th, when Mr. Kopp came and presented to the commission that it would be, he came and introduced it to the commission that would be in their best interest to raise the project to 8,000 acreage caps. November 20th, of 23, around noon, Danny and Jim voted for a 1-year moratorium to be placed on all solar in Linn County. On November 20th at 3:44, EDF's lawyer called Jason and said they had a 5-minute conversation. November 21st, last year, EDF's lawyer called Jason back and they had a 5-minute conversation. November 22nd, EDF's lawyer texted Jason, "Good morning. I don't want to infringe on your holiday preparations, but one thought. If you could even get the phrase up to before 1 year in the resolution, that gives an opening to lifting the moratorium once the review of the regulations is done. Thank you." On November 22nd, Jason, "Hey, David, I've already talked to our legal counsel about that, about getting that included." So several of my questions are this. Is it okay? Have you guys, I'm going to get ahead of myself here. Can one commissioner act on behalf of the county, working with attorneys, their clients, and not speak about it to the other commission in the commission meetings? And I don't expect you to answer this, but if you don't answer this, if I can be put on the agenda and you can get together and give answers to this maybe next week. Does a discussion have to be had at commission meeting for one commissioner to be the liaison for the county to the solar companies? Because that's what's going on here. Are all commissioners supposed to be briefed with this information in commission meeting? Each department speaks each Monday about what's going on or the lack of what's going on in their department each week. Why aren't these things discussed when we're bringing this massive project down here? Are there any county or state rules that have to be followed for the commissioners during the meetings when you're in meetings and outside of meetings, not in the annex? Getting 5 commissioners would probably help with that. Are you the lead in the county for the solar projects coming in?
No, ma'am,
When you speak to them, do you notify the other commissioners?
because I'm not the lead and I'm not acting on behalf of the commission.
So is there a lead person?
I don't think there is. Is there?
We've never designated anybody, have we?
I don't know why you would need to. I mean,
I'm simply gathering information for myself, and
Let me ask you then, I'm just listening to this right here. How can you go to Gary? That's what I just heard. That it was taken care of. Information. How does that come to play?
well, I mean, I felt like that corresponded with my agenda on it, you know?
Is it your agenda or is it the commission agenda?
Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
But I
Gary.
mean, you're directing other things that are on your agenda.
No, I don't direct anything as far as the contract.
Okay.
What about, give me a reason what I've put on a contract without you knowing about it.
Okay. I don't know. You're fine.
I'm saying, what, you tell me, you said I've done it, I want to know, where have I picked the contract to put it on the contract?
I'm just saying that you make
Contract,
directions and contacts outside of here as well.
contracts.
It wasn't a contract.
It isn't?
It's our moratorium.
That's not a contract for us?
Is it a contract for us?
The resolution.
Okay.
But what is that? The moratorium stops anything from happening, right?
The moratorium is a moratorium on the enactment of CUPs.
So was the verbiage in our moratorium based on what?
What he says or what the commission says?
The verbiage that I drafted was based on what I heard in this conversation. I remember that Jason called me or came to see me and we talked about it.
And I asked.
Wait a minute, now let's just back this up just a minute. When did this conversation happen?
I don't recall exactly when it was.
Do you guys know when that conversation?
The text message or the message was on November 22nd.
I can go back to in October, Gary, you wouldn't answer your phone.
I won't answer to you, that's right.
Oh, no, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. You're working for all three commissioners.
I don't, I work for the commission. I don't work for the individual.
Hey, we're not, I'm serious, okay? We're not going to have you
So
interjecting.
you're saying,
She's
Gary,
up
you don't
here.
work for my district.
I said I work
Thank
for the Board of County
You
Commissioners.
said you don't answer my phone calls, so you don't work.
And you know why I don't.
You don't work for my
I
district.
don't answer them because you harass and antagonize me.
Oh, yeah, I really harass and antagonize.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
So just, the problem that we have is there is a lot of things that are coming to light that make everything look bad about bringing solar in here. It makes it look like backdoor deals. It makes it look like, I'm sorry, Jason, but it makes it look like you're out there vying for this to come in and it doesn't matter what anybody else says. And that's the optics of it at this point in time. Because you're talking to attorneys on two separate occasions and it's changing stuff down here. So we went from 4,000 to 8,000 based on what the attorney was saying. And Mr. Kopp, he said that he was working with the solar company's attorneys. I just didn't know that you would introduce that information to them. But as far as the moratorium, that verbiage is in there. We have a 1-year moratorium, but it can be lifted at any time. So they're wanting us to whip through new regulations. And EDF told me this project is coming here. They told me word for word 3 weeks ago. It doesn't matter that there's a moratorium. It will be lifted. You will have new regulations and we will be there. They told me that.
So was the text message that was sent they wanted you to say that in the verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So were we advised by what he was?
What I had already drafted it before Jason had ever talked to me about it.
That's sure a good answer, Gary. That's one I'd use.
So are you calling me a liar, Jim?
I'm saying that's a good answer. That's a good answer. That's a good answer, Gary.
Okay.
Well, that's the answer.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be.
So so we know what the rules are. Do you guys have something written up of what your guys' rules are, what you can and can't do when you're all together, when you're not together? Because it just looks bad.
Okay. I don't think we have anything written up.
I mean, there's state
In regards to
statute.
that.
There's state statutes that say
Dictate.
what we do, right?
Yes, and we go to training.
Open meeting statute.
If you could possibly put that information together so we can maybe put some of this in context, because I don't like it. I don't like the attorneys and them coming in. It's these solar companies are much more important to some people down here in the commission than the citizens are. And I just hope at this forum, if there's an overwhelming move to, we don't want this, that you truly listen to the citizens down here and not the landowners who don't live down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Is there any more public comment?
I'm just following up on a core request that we did for Gary Thompson's salary and compensation. We're still looking for the correct contract that shows what I thought was 8 to 10 hours, but as of last week, he said it was 2 hours, and everything on top of that is billed. So
That's not what I said. You misrepresented what I said.
Okay, you can explain it. You said you work 9 to 11, and then after that, you start billing on a Monday morning.
I said on Monday morning, but the contract doesn't say 8 to 10 hours on Monday morning.
Yeah, it actually states that you're a full-time employee. So can you guys define a full-time employee?
It says I'll be deemed full-time for the purpose of benefits.
Okay,
What is a
contract shows
full-time
7 to
employee?
10 hours. Gary?
8 to 10. It's right there in the contract.
What contract does it?
We need a copy.
It's right there in the contract. It says,
So can we confirm we have the same contract? Because what I got in the core request, it does not state anywhere 8 to 10 hours.
this is a contract effective January 1 of 2017.
Okay.
And on the third page, which is the term specifications.
I only have page
Well,
1 and 2.
There's a third page that was, the commission at the time wanted some further development of the terms, and it's a third page attached to it. And it says that the annual salaries based on the expectations, the items covered in section 1 will amount to approximately 8 to 10 hours per week.
Can we just read that?
We don't have that
Yeah,
on file anywhere.
Commissioners all have it, because I gave it to you guys several weeks ago, and I think I gave it to you even before that, so.
It's not the document that's signed and dated by the county commission on 12/19 of 2016 at all. And I do not have page number 3. It's a 2-page contract. That's all I
So that
have.
one was signed in 17?
This is not 2017.
Yours was 16?
Who signed that one?
2016.
This was in 20.
It was starting January 1st, 2017, but the commission and Gary signed it on 12/19 of
Who
2016.
signed the one you have, Gary?
I don't know that I even have a signed copy. I didn't get one back, but it's, David, you should have it in your records.
And I don't think I have page 3 in what I had, and that's why they wouldn't have it, but I can look in the records.
Okay.
I guess we need to make sure there's page 3, right?
I'd like to see it. We've requested it back in September of 2023. We still haven't received it.
You know, Gary, just like that with the 8 to 10, and we argued this here back in July. I mean, we discussed it, and you just take 7 to 10 is what I remembered we talked about. But you know, if you take 7 to 10 hours, and that's over a $30,000 discrepancy of whether you want to charge a 7 that week or 10. So, you know, to me, that's huge. I talked about it at the time, and
Well, we
I
can
will.
just make it 10. I mean, that's fine.
Can we,
But
you
you could change.
10
it
hours
however you want.
for
I'm just saying,
$99,000.
At 7 to 10, that's $30,000. It's either way. At $195 an hour, 52 weeks, 3 hours, that's over $30,000 a year. We're letting them.
all right, hold on. Can I see that? Let's have the chair read this out loud to everybody so we all start on the same page and we know what we're supposed to have.
Okay.
This employee contract is made effective January 1st, 2017 between Linn County, Kansas, the employer, and Gary E. Thompson, attorney, the employee. Employment. The parties agree the employer shall employ the employee in the following role: provide legal counsel and services as county counselor, including attend regular meetings of commission, be available for phone consultations and questions,
Just a minute. Read that one more time, would you please?
attend regular meetings of commission,
No, the next one.
be available for phone consultations and questions.
You're in violation right now, Gary.
Well, then make a motion to fire me.
Well, hold on, just continue on.
Prepare documents as necessary for the ordinary work of the commission. Consult with commissioners and county officials as required.
There's another violation.
Best efforts of employee. Employee agrees to perform faithfully and industriously and the best of his ability, experience, and talents, the duties that may be required by the express and implicit terms of this contract to the reasonable satisfaction of the employer. Compensation. The parties agree that the Employee shall be employed as exempt salaried employee and shall be paid an annual salary of $84,340.93 payable in accordance with the employer's usual payroll procedures. Employee shall be deemed a full-time employee by the employer for the purpose of receiving personal benefits and specifically for the purpose of qualifying to receive health care insurance under the employer's policies. Employees shall be included in any cost of living increases or other across-the-board increases in wages granted by the employer to its employees as a group. In addition to the above annual salary, employee may, from time to time, submit invoices for payment for legal work beyond the scope of the normal, such as special projects, litigation, activities requiring travel, and attendance at special or unscheduled meetings. Expense reimbursement. Employee will be reimbursed by the employer for any out-of-pocket expenses reasonably incurred by the employee in accordance with employer's policies in effect from time to time, including travel expense, the cost of a computer-based legal research. Termination. The employee's employment under this contract shall be for an unspecified term on an at-will basis. This contract may be terminated by either party upon written notice and in compliance with the terms of employer's personal policies. Return of property. Upon termination, the employee shall deliver to the employer all property which is employer's property, including keys, records, notes, dates, and any other property belonging to the employer. Entire agreement. This contract contains the entire agreement of the parties, and there is no other promises or conditions in any other agreement or contract, whether oral or written. This contract supersedes any prior written or oral agreement or contract between the parties. Amendment. This contract may be modified or amended solely in writing signed by both parties. Severability. If a provision of this contract shall be held to be invalid or unenforceable for any reason, the remaining provisions shall continue to be valid and enforceable. If a court finds that any provision of this contract is invalid or unenforceable, but that by limiting such provision it would become valid or enforceable, then such provision shall be deemed to be written, construed, and enforced as so limited. Waiver of contractual right. The failure of either party to enforce any provision of this contract shall not be construed as a waiver of limitation to that party's right, subsequently enforce or compel strict compliance with every provision of the contract. This contract shall be governed by the laws of the state of Kansas. The salary has changed due to employee increases.
What, is that page 3?
That's page 3.
Okay.
The annual salary is based on the expectation that items covered in Section 1 will amount to approximately 8 to 10 hours per week. The extras that are billed pursuant to Section 3 include special projects not in the scope of the normal day-to-day representation and/or in excess of 10 hours per week, work-related to litigation, special meetings or extra meeting time, reimbursement for clerical work associated with codes court and tax sale, and the reimbursement for Association of Counties meetings.
And which commissioner signed that? Which commissioner signed that? Third page.
There's no signature on it.
No
Well,
signatures?
it's Contract.
The commissioners,
There's no signature on that page. It supersedes, this contract supersedes anything.
I'm not going to
This-
respond to her. I'll respond.
This third page, no, this third page is not a binding document of this contract. We have been falsely billed for years now. His current salary is at $99,284.42 for a maximum on a third page that is not binding of 10 hours a week. This is so wrong to everyone in our
There's no
county.
Signatures on the third page, and that's what, if we added to it, why didn't we sign off on it, Gary?
I don't know why it wasn't signed. At the time, the commissioners at the time asked for a discussion of the clarification of the terms.
We should have signed off on it.
Should have. I
I
don't know if
don't
they
think-
didn't, but I don't have a signed copy.
I have a signed copy of the contract, that's it.
But you don't have a signed copy of the third page?
No.
Okay.
I think that we need to figure this out, Jason. I truly do. Please look into it for
Okay.
us.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
What do you
Danny,
think, Danny?
James, anybody?
known as.
We got a lot of work to do, a lot of different areas in the county. I guess what do we consider a special meeting? I guess if we're gonna move forward, this thing needs to be more detailed. What do you think, Gary? I don't know, 8 to 10 hours of what? Does this count as towards your 8 to 10 hours?
Well, first of all, the 8 to 10 hours isn't signed yet. None of that is signed. He's presenting a document that the commission has never seen or signed.
They have seen it because
They have not signed it. And if there was anything that I brought here and you guys hadn't signed it, nothing would be binding, right? Correct. So we need to have, either you guys need to approve that and sign it, but everything that in the past, we've been falsely billed for many years now. Many. At least since 2017. He is working at a full-time salary, about 8 to 10 hours, and has been billing $4,000 to $10,000 a month on top of his $100,000 salary. And it is not in his contract. This is wrong.
Thank you, Ally.
Hi, my name is Sherry Gentry, and I want to go back to the meetings for the commissioner meeting on 11/20 of 23, when you voted for a one-year moratorium on all solar farms. I'm going to read those minutes. Ally Hamilton and Mark Briggs addressed the commission concerning commercial solar farms. Briggs asked the commission to place a moratorium on solar farms. Jim Johnson stated that he would like to see a moratorium to give the planning commission more time to review the issues. Jason Hightower thanked the group for their input and stated that we need to move forward with open minds to solve our issues with solar farms. Danny McCullough stated that he thought last week's meetings went well and stated that he talked to Clearway yesterday. Several people spoke against solar farms in Linn County. Danny McCullough stated that he wants to put a committee together to work out the issues with solar farms. Jason Hightower discussed asking the planning and zoning to look at the issues with solar farms and make recommendations. Jim Johnson stated that he doesn't believe that a moratorium would hurt anything. Jim Johnson moved to place a one-year moratorium on solar farms. Danny McCullough seconded the motion. And after additional discussion, the motion passed 2-1 with Jason voting no. So from the notes, it appears that it was a one-year moratorium. And I'm assuming that Gary writes up the moratorium, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm assuming that both Jim and Danny entrusted Gary to do just what they asked, to write up all documentation as they requested and stated and voted on, which was a one-year moratorium. Jason voted no, which is for 1 year stopping commercial solar farms and giving planning and zoning more time to review the issues, as you stated during the meeting on 11/20. Were either of you, Commissioner, aware that Jason was texting and emailing these renewable companies and their lawyers all this time? None of us were. Were either of you aware that Jason had apparently undermined the moratorium you two had voted on per Jason's text to the EDF attorney stating, "I have already talked to our legal counsel about getting that included." It was on the advice of the EDF attorney to add, quote, up to, quote, 1 year wording in the moratorium you put into place for 1 year, in an effort to shorten the time span of the 1 year moratorium. Jason seemingly did this to sabotage your vote and your motion because he disagreed with you, and to give the solar companies an out for the 1 year moratorium. The minutes state pretty clear that you, both Danny and Jim, voted for a 1 year moratorium, not an up to 1 year moratorium. This undermining could potentially have changed the outcome of solar in our county had it all not been discovered, thanks to Mark Briggs. Jason, who gave you the permission to go behind the backs of the other two commissioners who voted and put in place a 1 year moratorium on solar farms? No one. You took it upon yourself to disregard the due process and underhandedly sabotage their intention and majority vote simply because you disagreed with them. The big question here is, Jason, why? Why? Who benefits from the seemingly sabotage of your fellow commissioners? Why is your loyalty with the renewable companies and not your fellow commissioners and the county that pays you? Jim and Danny clearly stated they wanted a one-year moratorium, and it was voted on and passed pretty clear and precise. And when you read the text, Jason's behavior is clearly unethical and should be turned into the Kansas Ethics Committee. And I would urge his district to recall him. And Gary, my next questions are for you, and I assume you're probably not going to answer this. Since you wrote the moratorium and Jason clearly stated he had already discussed with legal, being you, one would assume, who gave you, Gary Thompson, the permission to change the moratorium verbiage based on the request of one commissioner, a one and only commissioner, Jason, and recommendations of the EDF renewables, the renewable attorney, to change what the other two, Jim and Danny, had voted on and passed without asking or having regard for their opinions? Don't you work for all three commissioners equally and this county, not EDF? And my question to you, isn't it illegal to change the document of commissioners without their knowledge? Because these two didn't know about it. I would urge both Danny and Jim to fire you on the spot for disregarding their decisions and changing the wording of their moratorium and their representation of this county and collaborating with Jason and the advice of the EDF renewable attorney. Both you and Jason are supposed to be representing Linn County, not renewable companies. And I would urge them to do an audit of any and all documents that you have performed for the county after this blatant display and purposeful disregard for their voted upon actions. Thank you.
Okay. David, if there is a copy of the third page of the document, you should have it, right? I mean, if that's something that was given to us on the contract, should it be something that you should have a copy?
I think I should have a copy, but I don't know when it was given to you.
Do you guys have a copy of the third page?
I didn't sign the first contract.
So do you have a copy of the whole thing?
Can't tell you that I do.
To me, if it was handed to us why that wasn't on in the contract, I guess if it all came together, Gary, why was it not in the contract? If that's not the case, why did we not sign off on it?
Contract was signed at one point, then there was discussion about clarification of those things, and we drafted this clarification.
That should have been signed though, right?
It should
have been signed if it had come later. So I don't know that I got it. I mean, that's.
I know that I emailed this stuff to all three of you.
When did you show us the email?
I don't know when it was, but you asked, or Danny called and asked for it. You asked for the contract.
I've asked for it for a few years, yeah.
I've given it to you twice at least.
I don't know why it wasn't signed, is what I'm saying. That's why was it not signed? Because that's a lot of money difference, whether 8 to 10 hours.
Okay, now you're misunderstanding what that says, Jim. It says I won't bill for anything until I hit the 10-hour mark. It says I'm going to give you 8 to 10 hours per week, but I won't bill for anything until I go over a 10-hour mark.
Say that again now.
It says I'll give you 8 to 10 hours per week.
So why don't you just say you'll give me 10 hours? I mean, that's what.
Because there's some weeks I don't
just give me 10 hours.
I may give you 9.5 hours one week.
You give me a half hour the next week. I mean, if that's what it is, and you don't do it, let's give us a half hour next week.
You know, you guys can revise this contract, or you can terminate me anytime you want to. Yeah. And I've made that clear that
there's a lot of things in there that we're not doing.
We weren't even looking at his logs until June of this year
I understand
when I requested it.
that you haven't requested them all because he wouldn't even give them to us quite often until I asked for them. So you didn't request it too much, so don't get telling me how much you did do, because it was there a lot of times and you wouldn't even ask for it. Right?
Sure, Jim.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because you wouldn't even ask for it months at a time, so.
Okay.
I'd like to have an answer myself of how you think that you've got the authority to tell Gary to put something in the contract without bringing it to Danny and I.
Yes, I don't.
You seem to just repeatedly just continue doing things like this.
Okay.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening underneath my nose that I don't know about or didn't know about, and it's.
I think you was the chairman when that all took place, wasn't you, Danny?
Yeah.
Wasn't you the chairman of the board?
Yeah.
You know, I would have thought if we was gonna change the contract, we'd have got a hold of the chairman anyway and told the chairman.
Can we make a motion for a resolution against that mortgage that was put in behind the two commissioners' back?
Make a comment on the resolution that was passed to establish the moratorium was at a later meeting. That language is in that resolution, so you guys all saw it then.
That was presented to us in executive session.
So it's just not by it.
I have a response prepared that I would like to share with you all. I'm fully aware of who I am and what I am. When I take a job, I go all out, usually until I burn out. It's just how I'm wired. From being the kid who couldn't even win the county fair cattle show to raising 3 national champions, from a summer break teller to a senior vice president of the bank, I have always strived for greatness. That is all that I continue to look at from this process, that we make the right decision for all of Linn County. I have let you know that I'm not asking you to give up as solar opponents, that I'm counting on you to make sure we get it right. Yet all I get from you is complaints about how things are going and how unfair things are. Instead of, stop. You had your time to talk. Instead of making arguments to support your opinions. I will continue to have meetings in public that I deem as necessary to this office, as well as serve on boards and committees to further my understanding. I'm a public official, after all, with nothing to hide. I will continue to meet with employees and take their calls to try to help them accomplish their jobs rather than strike them down. You two are free to conduct yourselves as you see fit. You don't answer to me on how to do your job. You answer to the voters in your district just as I do. I'm not here to fall in line or bide my time until my term runs out. I will continue to do the job my way, no matter what the establishment says. And if that's not good enough, then I won't be reelected, and I can deal with that. I ran for this office saying that I would be reasonable, responsible, and professional. I'm going to continue to listen to complaints and push back when I feel they're unwarranted. Ask you as citizens for suggestions on how to make it better rather than just agreeing with you or going to your side, as that is how progress is made. I don't have all the answers, but together we can figure out what the answer is to any problem through good conversation, clear reasoning, and professional discussion. In regards to your remarks that you've been making on my handling of your solar objections, I've tried to explain in private to those who appear to be more reasonable in your anti-solar group why I didn't respect your petition. Your yellow box is 12,280 acres, which isn't allowed under our zoning regulations. You had them setting on counters of businesses and available online with no one to witness who was signing or where they were from. I also have Facebook posts that was sent to me that say, sign this even if you didn't live in Linn County. You continue to not understand the decommissioning process and how it will work, only giving out part of the information on it even today after you've been involved in going over the regulations. These may be minor oversights in your mind, but I'm not going to give my support to half-truths and exaggerations. Personally, my biggest issue with the group in this room is not your rights or you exercising them, but it is my opinion that you feel your rights are more important than everyone else's rights, and your inability to see that there's another side out there. Everyone's opinions matter, even those that aren't here yelling and screaming, interrupting our meetings so that nothing gets accomplished for the last 6 months, even those that aren't making threats or insinuating impropriety online towards every person who disagrees with them. You have shown yourselves to be ruthless and without compassion. Your advertising of the public forum doesn't welcome anyone from the other side. You are trying to pull off a magic act to continue to say no one is on the other side. Your actions in this room are a further example of this. In closing, I believe that every option should be explored. Are you confident that turning down hundreds of millions of dollars in development is a good thing? I'm not sure yet. I'm still telling you, I'm not sure yet. That's the same thing I said the last time that I gave a speech to you regarding this. Our legal counsel that we hired to help us through this process, not to fight against you, as you've been told incorrectly, says that we can still deny a cup with the same findings required to do a ban. In my other jobs, I've always strived to have as much information as possible when making decisions. I will continue those practices as commissioner. Thank you. Yes. Randy already left, so we don't have his 5 minutes of executive. Did you have anything else?
I think we got a lot of stuff to discuss though.
Okay.
I'm still at the point where I feel like I'm taking the ass chewing for a yes and a no, and I'm a very open-minded individual, and my phone is blowing up over this crap. And then I come to find out that I'm again the redheaded stepchild of the county, and after 10 years, the solar, we're not gonna benefit down in Pleasant area at all. So I think that needs to be discussed. I'd like to discuss the hospital board, which you just stated you were open-minded, Jason. Like, do you think it's right that we only have a hospital district in Lacey?
The other ones were dissolved by the people in those districts.
I understand that, but does that mean it was right?
They can form them again under the same thing. Danny, you continue to say you're for the people in my district.
I'm for the entire county. No, I'm not just my district. Like, that's what you
I
don't
know,
understand.
but I'm just saying
I hear
that-
from so many people from your district, it's not even funny.
Okay.
Like, so much that I don't get nothing done at work anymore.
Okay.
I'm not just District 2, I'm Linn County Commissioner.
And I agree with that as well.
And so, like this solar thing, after 10 years, am I right, David, that only the District 1's going to benefit off this anymore after 10 years, right?
No.
After the taxes? That's not right?
They'll get the majority of the District 1 school. Will get the
School,
majority of.
which Prairie View already gets, what, $6 million a year?
Okay. The way taxes are split up are according to what tax unit something is in. If this is in Prairie View School District, then that's the school that's going to get the money from that part. The county is going to get the share according to the county's mill levy. The township, anything else in that tax unit would get it. It's no different than the taxes on any other entity we have in the county.
So they're going to pay county taxes based off of our mill levy into the county.
Of the 800,000, just say it's 800,000, that's, for the depreciated, the 20%.
Basic.
The county's gonna get 300 and some thousand of it, the school will get more than the county, and then the rest of it will be split with fire.
My understanding is that that is the county's portion that they are presenting to us.
That is based on the levies that we have in place today, which could change by then.
So the 800,000 total will be the county's only, and then the schools and
Not-
everything on top of it.
Not when you get to the tax part.
That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
okay, well, I don't know.
Hang on.
I don't know. I took 800. I'm not sure what they meant by that.
I believe that is only the county's portion.
Say if that's the county portion, then the school portion is going to be even larger than that.
Because then you'll have to go to the fire and everything else.
Correct.
It's,
Then can we push for one big school in this county? Because this is ridiculous.
Why
so
didn't?
you're gonna say it's up
Why
to
can't I
2
live in
million
this
years,
city,
what
make
you're
it stop?
saying.
Because I live in Pleasanton. Here I am trying to be the most open-minded individual, I believe. And some people might agree or disagree.
Let me ask you this, Jason, okay, say the moratorium's pulled a year from now and they come in and they go for a cup. The cup's been applied for. How do we negotiate a pilot? If the cup's been applied for. And that'd be a question for you too, Gary. I mean,
So my estimation is we would be negotiating it based off the taxes that they had been scheduled to pay if they weren't.
you can't
being
negotiate the cup, you can't negotiate a pilot once the cup's been applied for, right?
No, I wouldn't say you can't negotiate. I say you can't make the approval of the cup dependent upon negotiating
Okay.
Is that a statute?
And they have stood here in our room, Clearway has, and said that they will negotiate with us.
How do you negotiate? If the cup's there, how do you negotiate? Because if we don't like what their negotiation is, then they're gonna say, we're not gonna let you have the cup because we haven't negotiated with you. I think that if we're gonna negotiate a cup or negotiate a pilot, it should be the contract should be signed on the pilot before they ever apply for the cup.
I think that's a good idea.
I agree.
I mean, if we're gonna do that.
Sure.
If it comes to that, the pilot has to be signed.
But they're not
before the
gonna,
cup's ever applied for.
they're not gonna negotiate the cup or negotiate the pilot until they know which regulations they're dealing with.
Right, I'd say that, but that they should not be able to apply for a cup until we got to decide what the pilot is.
Okay.
Which is what I've been trying to say the whole time. Why sign the cup before a pilot?
They shouldn't be able to apply for a cup until we know what our pilot money is.
I don't have a problem with that.
Well, everybody had a problem with it when they were standing up here and I was trying to start a negotiation.
You were asking them what they were going to make.
Okay,
Danny.
yeah. What's wrong with that?
Do we know what they're going to make off the bids?
We don't know where the number came from though.
But I'm saying that
Where-
we could
what
go
number-
to the
so the-
appraiser's office and
so the
figure
numbers-
out what the number should be that they would be paying in taxes if the state of
Well, I
Kansas
just talked to
didn't-
a pilot negotiator for a pipeline that supposedly runs around the world. And he's like, man, you should be asking for 5 million a year, not 400,000. But I've been trying to sit here, but you know what I got was, Danny, why would you ask him that in public? You know, you made that meeting look really unprofessional. How? I just want to know what they're going to give us, and if they can't explain where that number is based off of.
If it comes down to, can we put the regulations, in our regulations that the pilot, we negotiate the pilot before, if we have our regulations, we negotiate the pilot before a cup's asked for. And then if it comes through, that's what we get. If it's approved by our planning and zoning board.
That's a good question.
You can't apply for a cup until we get our pilot.
I think it's worth looking at.
Okay.
I'll just state right now that if it's not 33.3% fair across the board,
Well, what you're gonna have to do,
I'm not for it.
what you're gonna have to do, Danny, is if that's what you decide, can we, in our pilot, in the first 10 years, we can decide where that all goes, right? The school, it all goes to the county.
All goes to the county. Yeah, we
Or whatever we decide.
well, it all goes to the county, and if you want to give some of it to the
Right.
schools, you
To
can.
split it out to the schools or whatever, but if, once we decide what the pilot is. But once it goes to year 11, we have no control.
Then it's based upon.
It's based off of what our taxes are.
Correct.
Which that can't be changed at all. There's no way to get around that. There's,
That's just the way it is with the area it's in.
The only reason we're negotiating a pilot program instead of getting taxes to start with is because the state of Kansas has given them a 10-year tax abatement.
I understand that, Jason. Stop talking to me like I'm ignorant.
I'm not trying to talk to you like you're.
Like, if I disagree with you, you slap your lips and get all hussy and puffy about it. Like, I am trying to do what's best for the county, not District 1, okay?
Okay. So why didn't Pleasanton consolidate when everybody else did?
I don't know. Can somebody from Pleasanton speak on that? I don't know. I don't know why.
I mean, you
Why
said
did we
we
shut down the
needed
county
just one.
barn? Why did we shut down the county barn? It's getting ridiculous. You got all kinds of growth up in your district. You got Linn Valley, you got a hospital board, you got, hell, I don't know, after the solar, if the solar comes in here, your school's gonna be getting 60. Mine gets nothing. Mountain City and Pleasant get nothing off that power plant.
Nothing off the power plant.
What's your school get a year from them? Directly from them?
A lot. They do. But
I know.
Linn County does. Mountain City and Pleasanton schools don't get anything because it's not in their district.
Right, right. So, I've always wondered why, everybody's always wondered why the power, or Lacing got taken, or Prairie View got taken such good care of by the power plant. Well, now we know. And so the next group of people, how many every years from now, is gonna be sitting here asking the same questions I was? Why is
Fire department.
you're making this much money? It's not okay
Does it go all to the county or does it go split with Lacing? And since we've got different taxes, since it's not.
Tax unit 11 is in the rural fire
It's just
district.
rural fire then, so, okay.
To go to any city fire, it would have to be property in that city.
Yeah. Now, what is the hospital board mill? With the 3.391 or something?
I'll look. Did I put it on? No, on that. I can look. But again, that's their.
It's already there, I
body.
understand, but I just seen something that had like a 3.391 or something on it.
Sounds right. I can tell you here in a minute. Get to my levy sheets.
What'd you ask, Jim?
The hospital board mill levy's like a 0.391. I thought it was 1 mil, is what I thought at one time.
It's been different amounts different years.
So it changes, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the county. Every year, the mill levy can change depending on what that governing body votes in.
But are we not allowed have accountability of where the money goes once it goes to them?
No.
Oh, how can we not?
It's not our money. It is their tax.
I understand that, but it's the people's money. So why can't we not ask them during budget to come in here and explain?
Their district is.
They're a district. They're not under the county. They're their own district. They are responsible to the people of their district, just the way you're responsible to the people of the county.
No, I understand that, but why can't we make it, so we can't have a county-wide hospital district, right? So
Not when there's already a hospital district in place, because you can't take in that one. You could put one in the rest of the county if you wanted to.
So we shouldn't be pushing to try to talk to them and dissolve that and make it countywide.
You can talk to them if you want to. I mean, I would be shocked if they would consider doing that, but it doesn't hurt anything to ask them. But yes, the current levy is 0.391 for that district. I mean, you guys have absolutely no control over any other district other than ones.
Well, I understand that, but that's what we always lean on that, like our elected officials. You can't do nothing because they're elected. Well, you're right, but we can talk to them and try to make sense of everything. Just because it's ran like that doesn't mean that's how it's supposed to be. So let me ask this. So since our hospital board or district's only up in Lacine, there can only be a hospital out there, right? Because there has to be a hospital within the district has to be within a certain many miles of an ER, correct? Is that how that works? Do you know?
Well,
I've been working on this for years. I mean, because I've been trying to ask
hospital
questions.
district takes in Lincoln and Scott townships.
It's a hospital and medical facilities district. It's that-
Right. So that'd be the only place up there. There'd be the only place that'd ever be a hospital.
No.
No.
I mean, you can build a hospital right here if you wanted to.
But you have to have a hospital district here, right?
No, you can build a hospital without a hospital district. Only if you want tax money to support it, then it's got to be a district.
But it's got to be within a certain distance of another creditable ER, right?
It's got to be. You couldn't go build one right next to. Is that what you mean? What you're saying?
I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What other way my district's screwed, I guess. I just don't understand why we wouldn't push for it to be countywide. You get a really nice library up there too. I wonder what the price for yours is compared to mine. Big difference.
Is the Pleasant Library is one district, right? It's a library district that, again, it votes separately. And then there's the Lacine Library District too, David? I can't remember.
It is, yeah.
So each of them is a separate governmental.
We have 6 library districts around the county.
So does District 1 or does the library in his district get more money because the power plant's right there?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
It's in their
Great
district.
value of what's in their district
Which
is the power plant.
is correct.
Well, it's set up.
I understand that. But this all leads back to if this is the same exact way that it's going to happen with solar, I'm not okay with that. I guess my district put me here to fight for them, and that's what I'm going to do. Each day, it's something else.
Well, I think if we make it to where we can negotiate the pilot before the cup's applied for, then you'll have opportunity to negotiate if it comes to that. But I think we should be able to negotiate the pilot before they ever apply for the cup.
I want it to be fair. I want it to be countywide fairness across the county. And I feel like I got a text message from somebody that said, well, let's read it. I'm not going to say names, but I will say, let's see. Pleasant District is the last priority after North and South, then comes, or when it comes to hauling rock and mowing. That's a fact. So I've had many people tell me that. Like, I'm tired of trying to fight for my county barn. I'm tired of trying to fight to be equal to District 1. And I'm not saying Jim gets a better deal. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you what I think, and I say this too, Danny, we have a management issue. If your group over there feels that way, we've got to get that through, that you're getting the same thing that I'm getting.
I agree.
And that's what I want to see, because I don't need anything that you're not getting in my district. But if you're not getting it, I think we need to, as commissioners, to go to you to get it for you.
You know, I
don't want to put the barn back on. I'll say that right now.
I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not, but I don't think the right thing to do is just to close it down. I think it's like, you're right. I mean, it starts with us with management. And
it's a management issue if you're not getting the same thing I'm getting.
Right. And that just keeps trickling down to other things. And it's kind of led into the solar thing with me. I'm like, well, hell, if we're just gonna get screwed here. I put a lot of time and effort on this solar thing, to talking to individuals. Like, you wouldn't believe it. A lot of time. I give everybody a fair chance, for it or against it. A lot. And then here I am not gonna, when it's all said and done, my district is gonna get screwed.
Okay, can I jump in there for a second, Dane?
Sure.
When you're saying your district, you're talking about your commission district, your school district? What are you talking about?
The school district a lot. Well, I mean, the whole.
So the county, no matter whether it's solar, whether it's coal plant, whatever it might be, no matter where it is in the county, the whole county that you guys control, the county, not school districts, cities,
Right.
share that tax money.
Right.
Everything else they do goes directly to schools, townships, other entities that you don't control.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by your district.
We gotta negotiate a pilot, right? So I'd like to make up for that in the pilot, where Prairie View School District would get how much money from solar?
Well, based on what I had here, they get what?
300,000 if it was an $800,000 deal.
Yeah, I mean, where I was looking at the county at 352, the school was probably going to be 380, 400. I mean, it's more than the county because their levy's higher than the county.
And I don't think that's fair to Jayhawk or Pleasanton.
If the solar field went in Pleasanton's district, then Pleasanton would be the one getting all that. It's wherever it sits.
Well, I understand that, but there's nothing we can do about that. We should
Unless
just
you
let
want
it
to
happen.
give the county's money to the schools, and that's a choice you guys could make. But as for taxes, when it gets to that, you don't have that choice.
I understand that. I understand that, but
So 6.9 million right now goes to Prairie View 362 from the power plant.
and they pay, or, and they don't pay for their entire SRO program, do they?
Nope.
Okay, they get $6 million. Why won't they? Pleasanton and Mountain City get $0 and they pay for their portion.
Why didn't you change that when you were
Well, because you're right, Jason. You're right.
I'm not
I'm working
trying
on
to be
it. I'm
argumentative.
working on it right now.
I'm just saying that you're the one who set up what was there.
I'm also trying to resolve a lot of problems that I didn't even create too. So
I understand.
Now, this District 16, the extension, that's what Miami County and us. That is just like that over there, with like some of that funnel into Miami County, even though
It will go to that extension district,
So they
which
can use it
covers
as-
Miami County also.
So since it's Miami County, they'll get some of the money too.
They would not have districted with us without our evaluations being similar to theirs.
So, I mean, Miami County does not get that money. The extension
Extension,
district does, but
yeah,
that,
they got the
that
same.
extension covers both counties. Now, the reverse side of that, you've got people in Miami County that are in Prairie View School District. You got people in Bourbon County that are in Jayhawk School District. They're paying taxes that they pay to their county, and then they send it to the school here. I mean, it's just the way taxing districts work.
Just like school districts, they get to have voting rights. You can own ground in the school district, but you don't have voting rights for the school. You can own the ground in their district and they put mill levies on their.
You can only vote where you live.
Exactly. And then there's times you get taxed.
So which side of that issue are you on now?
Mm-hmm.
So which side of that issue are you on now?
Right where I've always been. I haven't changed it, and I pay a lot of taxes in the Prairie View School District. I know that. I figured that out a long time ago. Nothing can be done about I own land up there, but I still pay a lot of school tax. A lot of people do that.
You're right.
And I know there's a lot of stuff that just happens that way and we can't change it, but we can sure the hell try to substitute it and make it worthwhile. And I don't think, what's the solar company, so Clearway, what are they gonna make a year based off the number they're gonna give us? Was it, we're gonna make 400,000 a year, 411,000, is that what it was?
418.
418, and they were gonna, based on their number, they were gonna make what?
They never shared with us what.
Exactly, so where did that number come from? That's where I'm at.
And I'm telling you that we should be basing it off of what they should be paying in taxes.
Well, you take the 300 and some, I mean, just say that, if that's the 800 and you're saying the 800 is our part, but if it isn't, it goes back to 300 and some. We just dump that into STARS program over at Pleasanton. We don't even have any finances to show what we did, you know, and that's all this deal's gonna make back to us. Just a little bit more than what we did STARS program. If the 800,000 is right. For year 11 to 35 or whatever with a 2% increase. And then we talk the bond issue to where we go back with the bond. And at the end of 5 years, we negotiate the bond. What happens, Gary, if on the bond issue to decommissioning bond and they want to do it every 5 years? Just say where they renegotiate the bond every 5 years. So what at the end of the 5 years if they don't? If they decide not to,
We still have the bond in place.
it's still there if they let it drop.
We're not supposed to let it drop.
I mean, if they let it drop, they're in violation of our policies, and we can pull their CUP and they can't operate.
Yeah, but then we got the mess to clean up.
Well,
That's what I'm saying is,
But-
even
but
at
the
that,
bond is going to be assigned to the county.
it'll be to the county.
yeah,
So it'll go right to us at the end of the 5 years if they let it drop.
it's a bond, it's a bond assigned to us, right?
So it's not going to come right to us unless we invoke it. Does that make sense? So at the end of the 5 years, when we're renewing their CUP and everything that way, before we renew it, we're going to have those figures published again and the new bonds in place before we're going to allow them to pull the previous bond.
But if it goes over the 5 years, then what happens? What I'm saying.
The CD should still be sitting there. They can't cash it in without our approval.
Okay.
The only way it could be cashed in is with our.
So we're owner of the CD, then's what you're saying
We're
is.
assigned.
So what if they go bankrupt? Just so
We
that
have the bond.
you're sure, it's to us, for sure.
We're the payee if it's ever paid out, yeah.
If they default and P&Z, we put 490 days notice. But
The bonds are renewed every year. The cuts are not every 5 years.
And if you guys disagree with that, you need to be paying attention to finance zoning, because we're trying to figure that out now.
I haven't got it figured out. I don't know. That's my question. What is, the way it works, that's what I want to know exactly, how the way it works at the end of the 5 years, if, on the renegotiation of the bond. What happens if they choose, if they go bankrupt, what happens?
It's not really a matter of renegotiating a bond. They have to have a bond in place for the CUP.
But
So what we do, we review the CUP, and if the CUP is renewed, then the bond is renewed. If the CUP is not renewed, then we hold the bond until they've cleaned up. And if they haven't cleaned up, then we call the bond. There has to be a bond in place the entire time they're operating.
The company, the solar company, are renewing it every year, the bond, but we're only reviewing the cup every 5 years. That's what we had in our regulations. So if it's wrong, we need to know.
Who's policing it, I guess, is what I'm saying. Who's still the police to make sure this is all happening?
It's up to our enforcement procedures to see to it that it gets done.
So we got quite a bit of work to do. I mean, we need to make sure if this goes through, of who and what is happening.
That bond will be held by someone that we authorize to hold it, a bank, an entity. And if that bond, if there's a problem with that bond, they'll notify us, and then it's up to us to take steps. But they won't take steps, but
The bond is based off of an engineer's submission that they will, of what it will take to deconstruct the facility that's being built. It has to be approved by a Kansas engineer. I'm trying to pull it up for you guys right now. And
I thought the bond number was based on, yeah, I mean, the project cost and decommission it times 2.
no, it's plus, I'm trying,
Oh, yeah.
We have to, it's at 110 right now, but we requested it for 800.
So there's actually a statute formula then that belongs based off of.
it's based off of the engineers. There's going to submit us a Kansas stamped engineer's plan, and then we can have our engineer review that to make sure that we're comfortable with that figure and that there's nothing being left out.
So these numbers that we're throwing around is based on what Clearway provided to us. So how do we,
We won't know until our engineer reviews it.
no, I'm talking about just like the numbers in general. So are we going to pay, or, so like EDF, I don't know what they're even proposing, or like Heartland, for instance, do we charge them per megawatt? Is that what it's going to be?
It's up to us.
I know that's what we got to figure out.
We don't even know if we're going to let them apply yet.
Right. But when they were standing up here the other day, I was trying to start that negotiation and nobody wanted to. I'm not for signing a CUP until there's very clear documentation of what we're going to,
How do we make that happen then, Gary, to make sure off the pilot that we want the pilot negotiated before there's ever a CUP applied for?
we need to verify that we can do that. If we can, then we just pass a resolution doing that.
Well, I'd like to see that happen. How about you guys?
I'm fine with it.
a long time ago.
Do you have it, the decommissioning?
The decommissioning, or you was talking about the bond.
Right.
The applicant shall obtain a bond naming Linn County as a payee in a form of an amount acceptable to the county board, provided that the amount shall not be less than 110% of the cost estimate in the approved decommissioning plan. And in the decommissioning plan, a licensed Kansas engineer every 5 years will determine what that cost is. The applicant or its successors shall update the decommissioning cost every 5 years following approval of the conditional use permit and compensate the county for any review and analysis of each cost estimate revision by Kansas licensed professional engineer.
Why am I going to start a negotiation when I don't know if this is even going to go through yet?
Well, then why are we putting our employees in a public forum to let them get hung by the public? Because not everybody knows all the facts. So they know the bad things about it, because this group's done a very good job on, the anti-solar people have done a very good job on bringing everything to the table. But we're gonna have a forum and we can't even answer what it could potentially do for the county. They gave us $800,000. I'm not for that. I'm against it, actually. I'm 100% against it. I'm not even in favor of having the forum right now, because there's so many unanswered questions. I mean, I think the number one question is going to be, what's it going to do for the, what else is it going to do for the county?
Well, the solar, I mean, people's got an opportunity, yeah, everybody's got a 2-minute time frame right there. So, I mean, if there's somebody that's,
They won't even tell us up here what they wanted to give. I mean, they even tell the
well, I'm
whole.
just saying that is, they've got the opportunity, just like everybody that's pro or anti. Right there, they got the opportunity to talk in the forum. So I don't see a problem with the forum myself. I mean, because we're not actually having anybody get hung out to dry. You just get to get up and talk and make your statement.
But as a commissioner, we're not able to throw out there what we want from it. Like what.
Can't do that until you ask for the pilot. I mean, that's why I say we got to negotiate. If this happens, we've got to be able to negotiate the pilot before the cup is ever involved. And then we got to decide what we want as commission.
That's the thing. The negotiation has really begun, commissioners. When they put a number down, they start.
But if they put that number down and then they apply for a cup, how can we negotiate?
Well, they put and I think before you, what you've indicated here is you don't want them to be able to proceed with the cup so you need to decide what number you want to see.
Right. I agree.
I mean,
I feel like
that's with any negotiation. One guy makes an offer, then the other guy says, no, here's what I want instead.
Well, that's what I was trying to do when they stood up here.
No, you asked them to raise their number, but you didn't tell them what number.
Nobody would answer any questions. I had no backing from anybody. I'm like,
well,
you can't negotiate. Well, says who?
You were asking them to negotiate against themselves.
Was the only one asking anything, truthfully, and it's getting old. What do I have to do? Make a motion against their first proposal to move forward? Because I'll do that right now.
In effect, you reject the first proposal by making a counteroffer. I mean, that's how negotiations work.
All right. Well, where are we starting? Can we start today?
It's up to you.
I mean, would you like for the appraiser's office to try to figure what their tax liability would be in years 1 through 10? So that you could see that information and start to work on that? I believe I could help figure that out.
Yeah, because you've already got information on it. You've already contacted them over it.
Right.
A long time ago, right? Because I asked about it. I got a phone call yesterday because this was all brought up to me last week, and I was informed that you'd already got something from Kathy, right? So what do you know? I mean, because I don't. This is all new to me. I've been trying to ask all these ignorant questions, and you've kind of been really quiet. So, like, what is it?
So I asked for what she had on regulations, and she didn't give me anything that was definitive at this point.
Okay, what were you given? Because according to our in-house people right now, they don't really have anything to do with the solar assessments, correct?
Right. It's assessed at state level.
Right.
Nope.
Well, what did you receive? Because
Hang on.
I mean, why? I'm up here asking all the hard, ignorant questions, and we've already, I guess you're beyond it. I don't know.
So, I mean, I can't forward this to you, can I?
You can forward it to David. David can then distribute it to all the commissioners.
And if you're going to talk about it sitting here in an open meeting, it's becoming public record at that point.
Why did you ask for it? What was your concern?
Gaining information on how we were going to negotiate with them when the time came.
Well, when's the time?
After our public has made their decision and we've made our decision on whether we're going to allow a conditional use permit to go through.
Well, okay, that's where I guess
That's the reason why I want to make sure before anybody has the opportunity to put a cup on anything that we need to negotiate. We need to be able to negotiate the pilot before the cup
I
ever.
don't have a problem with that, Jim.
And why I'm just confused on why we haven't started this a long time ago. If we're able to go to that forum on March 4th or whenever it is, and tell everybody what we're proposing, what they propose to us and what we're trying to propose back to them, why didn't that discussion start a long time ago?
My understanding of the forum is that we're not presenting anything.
We're
Is that
not,
right,
I mean, no.
Jared? I guess he left. My understanding is that we're listening.
Yeah, I understand we're listening, but why would we not get the information out to the people so they can make a good decision on what they think?
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that I don't think the forum is about our making presentations.
So how can they negotiate with us if we don't have a set of regulations in place?
We do have a set of regulations in place.
No, you put a moratorium on.
They're still in place, right? They're still legal binding in place.
What we have now is what we have. We're just not accepting, we're not approving any conditional use permits under those regulations for the time being.
But
But I don't want it to say approving. I don't want them to be able to apply for one until we have.
Well,
It's in the resolution drafted, they can.
I don't want them to be able to.
well, that was discussed at the time, whether our guys could go ahead and work on applications.
I want to make it stated then that we cannot accept a cup. That they cannot apply for a cup until we have a pilot, till we negotiate a pilot. And our pilot's based on then if they are approved for a conditional use permit. And that's two different things.
I was gonna say, I was trying to talk about two different things there, but
I want
what's the same principle in both?
I want to see it, I want to have a negotiation for the condition, for the pilot. But that, once you sign this, still does not mean that you will get a conditional use permit.
Right.
But we want to know, I want to know what the pilot is before we let anybody apply for a conditional use permit.
You'd have to change the regulations to do that, but I think, or do it. It wouldn't have to change the regulations. You could do a resolution establishing a policy to that effect.
Are you guys good with that?
Okay, what are you talking about?
I want to negotiate the pilot before they're allowed to apply for a conditional use permit.
I'm okay with that.
And then, and that still don't say, even if if we agree to a pilot, that does not mean that they will get a conditional use permit.
I understand.
But we know what the pilot will be if we approve a conditional use permit. Instead of waiting until they get into the conditional use permit and then we say, well, we're not gonna let you because you're gonna give us $50,000. You know?
Do we need to find out if it's legal for us to do that before we take it?
That's what I'm asking their guy.
We're gonna find out.
But I mean, you wouldn't want to
I know.
pass
a motion
something before we
today.
find out if it's.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. I want to.
Can we remove line number 6 in that as well? And get our 1-year moratorium?
I don't have a problem with waiting till the end of the year myself, because like I say, if it's good today, it'll be better in 5 years. So, the end of the year doesn't bother me.
I kept you before you get away. Nothing that requires any commission action. This is a check that got destroyed before it got cashed. So we created this replacement check, but I need your signature on that top line so we can get it out. Thank you.
Jason, what was your concern on all this? Why'd you ask for it?
Because I think it's important that we understand how it's taxed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that too, but why, how come you didn't share any of it with us? Why did you want to not talk about this in open meetings? Like, why?
I didn't think we were to that point. I'm being completely honest with you, Danny.
Well, if we start now, it's taking me a lot of heartache. So can we start negotiating? Can we start the details on our end so that we can stop all the finger pointing and get moving forward with this crap?
Lift the moratorium.
Or let's negotiate on our end and what we want. Why do we need to lift the moratorium to do that?
So that they have a set of regulations to work off of.
We have regulations right now.
That are being,
That's
reviewed.
irrelevant.
Is it?
Yeah, it is, because they're in place right now. Issues? I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm tired of kicking the can down the road. Let's figure it out.
The moratorium specifically gives them notice that the regulations may change.
Or they may not change. Right? So let's negotiate off what we have it right here, because tomorrow's not promised. Let's do it right now.
Okay.
I am not in favor of their proposal that they presented to us. I don't know where you guys stand on it, but I'm not. Jim?
Not either.
Jason?
Send it back to them, tell them to come up with another one. Tell them we don't like it and just tell them to come up with another one.
That's a start. It's more than we've
That
done,
is,
right?
it's a start, just send it back to them. Say,
More than we've done.
Say, we're not,
This sucks. I don't want it.
say, we don't agree with it, send us another one.
Okay.
Jason, what do you think?
I'm fine with that. It's when it's in production. Yes.
Doug?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name's Cheryl Carney, and I'm a taxpayer here in Linn County. Early on, when Clearway was here talking, Barry made mention, even after 3 years of CUP and the production of the solar panels, that they could sell out within 3 years to an LLC. Okay, after 3 years, what happens to the pilot? It'll be totally dismantled, and that'll be the end of the pilot.
So don't we have something in the zoning regs that address transfers? Huh?
Darren, you want to speak on, because it transfers over with the company, right? or with the sale, or it's negotiated during the sale of the, the CUP is revisited, correct?
Correct.
At the time of the sale.
I've got it right here.
What, okay, once a pilot is established and they pull out, they don't have to continue paying the pilot over the 10 years, do they?
Oh, you're talking, so you're saying if they're just completely done with business, they continue on with the pilot?
These companies sell out a lot. Their history, are they change hands all the time?
Right, but we have something in the regulations on that, don't we? What does it state right now?
What happens with that, Gary, if a company's to sell out?
Darren's got it in the regulations.
Transfer of conditional use permit. No conditional use permit shall be transferred from one party to another without the prior written approval of the county board. The holder of a permit shall make request in writing for a transfer to the zoning administrator. Any party to whom the county board approves to transfer shall comply with the conditions set by the county board, including but not limited to the conditions required of the party who previously held the permit. The party to whom the permit is transferred shall also meet financial assurance requirements set by the county board for decommissioning and removal of the system in accordance with the conditions set by the county board for decommissioning and removal. That's the current regulations. There are red lines right now for changes to be made to that.
Okay.
But that's what's in place right now.
Was issued, they built the project, and then they become in violation of CUP. They refuse to comply. So we live in CUP. Would that project then be considered the point of being decommissioned? Have to begin with? What would happen then?
Well, we'd have to go to court and get an injunction against them to stop operating until they came into compliance. And if they had to stop operating, then they're either going to probably, I mean, I can't predict what they'd do, but they would either decommission altogether or they would get into compliance, because they're not gonna want that, so, just sitting up there. Pardon me? Doing nothing, right, especially if they're continuing to make their payments or whatever.
Okay.
So where are we at? What's our
Can I
next
ask them
step?
to resubmit something? Is that what you want to do, or?
I would rather us submit something, but I mean, I guess, I don't know, I guess where to start. We've rejected the first offer. I mean, I have. Have you, Jim?
I've rejected it, yep.
So do we need a motion to reject it?
I don't know that that's absolutely necessary, but a motion would be definitive, so.
Well, I'll make a motion that we,
Before we made it too far, I want to try to lock it into where if the pilot's negotiated before the cup is ever applied for, if that's what.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so we'll hold off on this. Get legal counsel for next week, and then we can move forward.
I don't have a problem with telling them we're not going to accept the offer that they had, if that's what you want, Danny. I don't have a problem if
I don't either.
you want to vote that. We can tell them.
I'll make a motion that we reject their Clearways first proposal for the solar project, and we start the process of negotiation.
Okay. Is there a second?
Say that one more time.
Reject Clearways proposal.
And proposal for pilot,
Yeah,
because
yeah. And then start negotiation process.
Ask for another proposal.
Or I think we should send them what we want. They sent us what they wanted.
But they're not even close to what we, so it's, it's see what they have to offer. I don't care how you want to word it. I mean,
There's the motion.
okay. I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded to reject Clearway's offer and start negotiations with them on pilot programs. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Question, will one of you be reaching out to them to set all that up, or do you want me to reach out to them, or how do you want that to work?
We could have Jim talk to him.
No, that's not my wheelhouse. Right? They don't want to talk to me. I say, we'll let Darren talk. That's the way I.
I'm not, I just want to make it clear. I just want to make something clear. I'm not negotiating. I'm not talking to them about money, but I will set up times and meetings for the three of you to do it.
Okay. I think that would be best, don't you, Danny?
That'd be fun.
I think we bring them in here.
I don't think they need to be talking to us one-on-one, Darren's what I'm saying. I don't think, personally, where we're at now, I don't think that's what we ought to be doing. If they're going to negotiate, they need to be negotiating the three commissioners, not one.
And that's fine. Do you want it on Mondays, or do you want to set special meetings? Do you want me to find out what they have available?
Mondays.
I think Monday's great, because if we need to talk to them, they can talk in front of the camera.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll reach out to them.
So we have to bring in, are we going to bring in EDF, Heartland, Clearway? Because we're kind of all leaning on Clearway right now, and that's not really, I mean.
But, they're the ones coming asking us, Danny, we're not reaching out to them, and if they want to come make an offer to us, I'm open door for all three of them if they want to come in, but why do we have to go search for them?
Right.
Because they're the ones that's coming in asking us, so I don't think we need to, we can welcome all three of them to come visit with us.
I know. That's not my intentions.
What about up to wording of the moratorium?
The what?
It was in there. Will you guys address that? Can you take it off there? It says operation.
Well, we're the ones that's gonna have to lift it if we lift it, right? That's correct. So I don't know how you feel. I mean, it's up to us whether we leave it for a year. I don't have a problem with leaving it for a year myself, because it's gonna go pretty fast. It's
I don't know if you guys have read back through that recently, but that's number 6 on there. says imposed by this resolution may be extended, terminated early, or otherwise amended by subsequent action of the Board of Commissioners. It doesn't say up to a year. It says you have the right to extend it, terminate it, or amend it.
But I mean, it ends at the end of the year.
But
doesn't-
yeah, that's the line before that. It shows that it ends December 31st.
So it's gonna take an action of us in order to get it off by the end of the year.
Which with the wind, we extended it multiple times.
Yes.
And we could extend this one.
And we can extend this one, but it also takes us, that if we do it, but it's gonna have to take us to take it off.
Correct.
So I think we're covered really unless, it's to the end of the year unless we change our decision.
And that language is in there specifically because the problems we ran into with the wind one indicated we needed that flexibility. And that's the reason that language is in there, not because anybody contacted.
Oh, if we would have ran this with wind, I want to be a commissioner right now.
One more question. Starting next Monday, if they can be here.
I've welcomed them anytime in emails. Anyone of them that wanted to come in and could talk to all three of us any morning. That was an email to them and, I never got a response. But I welcome them to come talk to all three of us any Monday morning.
We're already got stuff scheduled from 11:30 to 12:30 next Monday. I don't
So
know
the
how
following-
you're thinking about for doing this, but if you're wanting to have a big negotiation, or are you talking all afternoon, or I don't know.
I seem to have a lot of questions. It's all right. You don't have to be here. Just kidding, Barb.
And is it possible, I guess this would be a Gary question, but is it possible to schedule it as a work session that's not part of the commission meeting and I don't have to be here taking minutes, or how does it work?
You could schedule a workshop. What that means is you've guaranteed you're not going to take any action. It's still open to the public, but you don't have to keep detailed minutes of a workshop because it's a work session.
That's basically all we're gonna do is negotiate. I mean, it's negotiation and nothing's gonna happen anyway.
Right. If you have a sense that there's something you need to agree on, you're going to have to wait till the next meeting to do it.
Just tell them 1 o'clock. I can just tell them 1 o'clock.
Okay. That work?
Tell them to bring pizza.
Right.
Oh, no, that's bribery.
Bribe. Right.
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay. I'll reach out to them and set something up for next Monday at 1 o'clock.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Thank
Darren.
you.
What else we got? Sean?
Commissioners, going back to our discussion on the HVAC units, if you'll look at pages 5 through 8 on the proposal for Weber Heating and Cooling, I believe those will answer your questions.
Do we have those out there?
It gives a planned maintenance proposal of an option 1.
I'm not sure we have that. Because we opened them.
Pages all on it.
We opened them. Hang on. What's it look like? Okay.
Let me grab other copies.
If a conditional use is filed today, Gary, it's based off of what the regulations are today. So if we change the regulations, that conditional use permit means nothing, or?
No, because what we put in your moratorium is they need to be aware that we may change the regulations. And what that indicates is that anything they submit, they understand that it'll be subject to the new regulations.
Okay, then how do we verify, how do we guarantee that this isn't going to happen to us before the pilot is
We don't.
negotiated?
I mean,
There's nothing we can do today just in case it's,
I mean, you could, you could amend your moratorium with a direction to the staff not to accept any application
until we decide.
until the end of the moratorium, or you decide otherwise.
Well, I'd like to make an amendment to our moratorium and that we don't accept any more CUP conditional use permits applications until we find out if we can negotiate the pilot program before the conditional use permit applications.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded to amend the moratorium on solar to include, can you help me out?
To include that we will not take applications for a conditional use permit for now until we determine how we can negotiate our pilot. I would like to negotiate the pilot before the conditional use permit application has been applied.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just throw out one suggestion. You may want to say, to make it a little cleaner, you may want to say until the end of the moratorium, or until you decide differently. I mean, but that way, it's not necessarily just tied to the pilot, it's tied to the moratorium. That's where we really want it.
Okay, so no conditional use permit applications until until we lift our moratorium.
So you lift the moratorium or take action otherwise, which you can always do. You can always amend it.
Okay, and you're seconding that? Okay, motion been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, you're on the record with this policy statement, and so that's good, but we'll also do a resolution next week to formalize that language into a resolution. But you're on the record.
Okay.
What were you saying about this? Sorry.
5 through 8 detail the proposals. I believe you'll see there's service maintenance agreements with an option 1 and 2 there. And page 8 will tell you what you had discussed about an initial servicing of the units and giving us all the filter sizes and a detailed estimation of the life expectancy or condition of the units and what we should budget for.
Is this just labor, it isn't filters, I take it, I mean, is this, it says change of filters, but is the filters over and above?
I don't have it in front of me. I believe it'll give, it may have a difference in option 1 and 2.
% discount on all parts, I suppose the filters are in the parts that are there.
It just says on additional service calls. So I would assume that he's changing the filters in the fall and the winter.
So you think that's in this cost?
Correct.
And then it does include changing batteries and thermostats and other things as well, depending on the service options.
Okay, so.
Yes, all systems will have a good quality filter installed. So I guess he's gonna buy them and give us a 10% discount, right? What he's in?
10% and 25% discount on labor.
Now, who changes the filters and things now?
Our maintenance guys do, don't they?
Our maintenance department.
So do you need action on this, or what are you waiting for?
You can either take action on this, or Mr. Weber has agreed to come in and speak with you if necessary to detail any more explanation needed other than the written documents. But I assume if you take action and sign it, you've got an option 1 or 2 that Gary would have to come up with some type of contractual agreement on our end to complete it.
Well, this says either one of us can get out of contract at any time, right? Did I read that somewhere?
I believe that's bottom of page 8.
Contract may be canceled at any time by Linn County or Weber Heating and Cooling.
So it says.
So option 1 was a semi-annual for $75 a unit or $3,900 a year. And option 2 was quarterly for $60 a unit, $6,240 a year, right?
Correct.
Correct.
A quarter versus 1950.
And our maintenance guys, how often do they do it?
I can't answer that. I believe there's a spring and a fall. But you've also got to understand they work around service requests as well. So as to how often we're able to get and clean those air units and coils and things of that nature, I can't answer to that.
So do we need it semi-annually or quarterly?
On my estimation of the service life of the equipment, I would think quarterly would be more desirable because a lot of this equipment is dated, and somebody laying eyes on it every quarter is going to identify problems a lot faster.
What do you guys think?
Fine with that. It'd be $6,240.
They can get out of it anytime if they don't like it, so.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept Weber Heating and Cooling equipment maintenance program, option number 2, quarterly, at $6,240 a year.
Okay, I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the bid from Weber Heating and Cooling for option 2, which is quarterly at $6,240 a year. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 3-0.
Commissioners, is this going to be something that Gary will need to draw up a contract for?
Page is already written there, isn't it? Don't he have a place for us to sign? Did I look at, see that somewhere?
Usually has an acceptance on it. I don't know if he does or not.
It does.
It's up to you. I mean, the contract has other terms in it that are additional, but if you don't want to read the contract, you don't have to have it.
And we're sure this is all the units, Sean?
As far as the discussion on the units, I gave you a number of 16. That's the number of sites. The number of units is 26. The only unit that's not there is the one currently at the Pleasanton Senior Center that we haven't put online yet. So
That one caught fire like right before they closed the prior business. So, and I know that Steve Butler Appliance or whatever had put that in, so you might check with him to see if there's a warranty on that. I don't know how that would work with Weber, but
I'll have to inquire.
it's up on the top of the.
Yes, it's towards the front of the west end of the building.
What else do we have?
Commissioners, that's all I had.
Thank you, Sean.
What do we need to do about the contract? What do you guys want to do? You want a contract, or you gonna sign this, or what? We talked about, you know, sitting on it.
What do you, I mean, yeah, I don't. Is it pretty, I mean, do you guys feel comfortable with what he has?
Typically, what a all a written contract does is spell out a little more in terms of liability and responsibility, and then refers for the details to this, is what it typically does, so.
Yeah, we just need to make a decision what we're gonna do.
What would you like to do?
Makes no difference. Really.
Okay, so just on this one,
It's-
you okay with that, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
We can get out of it any time, I guess. I mean, if we
Right.
don't like it, then what's happening, we can get out of it, can't we?
All right. So am I to sign, or all three of us sign?
You sign, or chair to sign? I think Weber does a lot of our
He's worked on a lot of
emergency stuff, so I have faith that he'll fulfill his contract for sure. And he comes after hours.
Okay.
I would like a 5-minute personnel executive session.
Okay.
Wasn't there another 5-minute too somewhere?
Randy
Yeah,
wanted one,
Randy.
but he's not here.
Gave up on it. So is that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
start bringing me lunch? Why not? Charge it to Jackie. Why don't you just get it and charge it to Jackie for us? She'll love you for it.
We have no action from executive session, correct? Okay,
Commissioners, did you get those contracts I sent out to you on the solid waste sites? I just want to make sure you got them.
yes,
I don't know if would you send an email?
yes.
Emailed them to everybody, yeah. Last week sometime.
Thursday, the 22nd. Okay. Anything else?
I don't think I got it here. Oh, yeah, I did right here. That's it. Never mind. Been opened.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.